Good afternoon, honorable members. And the business of this House suspended for a luncheon break. The honorable member for St. Barnabas had the floor. The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Barnabas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before the break, just to recap, I was emphasizing in this budget debate that there are real consequences for many of the decisions or lack thereof that we've made over the many decades as it relates to the fiscal standing in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And the fact that we need to be courageous, Mr. Speaker, all of us, legislators and the electorate alike. Thank you. We need to be courageous in how we approach our fiscal affairs, because for too long, what has been lacking is the courage to reform and to do the heavy lifting, as uncomfortable as it may be, Mr. Speaker. And I spoke about the $700 million in unpaid bills, and how that $700 million represented thousands of Bahamians, small businesses and vendors who were not paid and who would have been suffering until this government took it upon itself to make sure that those persons were adequately paid for the work that they've done, but that during the time before payment, that they too would have been struggling with light bills, mortgages, prescription costs. And so I said that in terms of connecting to this larger discussion about this government not doing for the people as the opposition would have the Bahamian people believe. So, Mr. Speaker, what's also interesting to me, I heard, I think it was yesterday, I heard the honorable member for Exuma and Ragged Island say that this budget has no soul. I think were his words, has no soul. I say to that, Mr. Speaker, that as it relates to these 700 workers, that the opposition, when they were in government, had no heart to leave those thousands of Bahamian small businesses, families, exposed. Exuma and I have a great relationship. We have a lot of mutual friends. Mr. Speaker, the natural built-in contention between government and opposition is already at play before us this morning. Let me say for the record that the opposition has a responsibility, Mr. Speaker, to hold the government into account, and that is their role given to them by the Bahamian people. I will add to that that there are some differences in our approach regarding fiscal policies. However, Mr. Speaker, we know that the opposition will not emphasize the gains made because it doesn't help their politics. And I say that without malice, Mr. Speaker, and that's not relevant. The opposition won't come in here and talk about the progress that's been made. Okay? They will look for morsels of negativity for the narrative that they want to give the Bahamian people. And that's their choice if they decide to do that. But the truth is that progress is being made. Truth is truth. But no, the truth is truth, facts are facts, and they are stubborn. They are stubborn. Exactly. They are stubborn. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, if they stood up and said that while there is much more work to be done, the facts, the stubborn numbers show that the government policies are working and the economy has turned the corner. Mr. Speaker, imagine the courage that it would take if they decided to be they've decided to be the party of no. They seem not to want good news Mr. Speaker, for the Bahamian people. Mr. Speaker, courage in politics, in my view, is just not the ability to speak to people's fears and anxieties. Courage in politics is being determined and resolute in eliminating those fears and anxieties of the people, oftentimes by making hard and easy decisions for a better future, a better way of life. While some constantly speak to the people's suffering, others voice it and work to take it away, despite the tough road to do so. So I say again, Mr. Speaker, I am proud that this government is prepared to do the heavy lifting and do what needs to be done for future generation of Bahamians. Mr. Speaker, if we are not here to shape our people's long-term success, we might as well pack our bags and go home. Mr. Speaker, there is a responsibility in opposition that also requires an acknowledgement that while you have transitioned to opposition, there are issues, problems you would have left behind. Mr. Speaker, governments are successes and so are challenges. Mr. Speaker, over 2 years ago, the Bahamian people made their voices clear. They were extremely dissatisfied with the direction of the country and the Bahamian economy. They felt both were going in the wrong direction. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me just say that I am not here this afternoon to relitigate the 2017 general election or to constantly attribute blame on the PLP. Bahamians are tired of the blame game. We are moving this country forward, though, Mr. Speaker. The Bahamian people are more than equipped and well within their right to reaffirm why they voted the PLP out of office. Mr. Speaker, what must be assessed is the circumstances, Mr. Speaker, under which the country found itself when we assumed office compared to what exists now for there to be an effective evaluation of the government's stewardship of the Bahamian economy and prospects for the future. Mr. Speaker, I take you back to 2016. The headlines reflected the clear and present danger that jeopardized the hopes and aspirations of the Bahamian people. After 4 downgrades, Mr. Speaker, after 4 downgrades, Mr. Speaker, right? After 4 downgrades, Mr. Speaker, this is what the Bahamian people had to be faced with. Junk status, Mr. Speaker. Junk status. Now, Mr. Speaker, this is important to note not only because it was an indication of the dire and deeply concerning state of affairs of the Bahamian economy, but a marker, a baseline from which this government needed to act and reverse course upon taking office. We were on the brink of an economic earthquake. The foundation of our fiscal house was weak and compromised. And at that point, it wasn't about who was to blame. It was about, and continues to be about, what must be done to put us back on track, on proper footing, and head toward a robust, vibrant economy. Mr. Speaker, when a house is on fire, it's not time to ask who set it ablaze. Action is needed to extinguish it. This government has acted, made the tough decisions for the Bahamian people. We know there's more work to be done, but progress has been made and the economy is turning the corner. In 2 years, this is where we are right now, Mr. Speaker. Outlook improves, Mr. Speaker, and this is in 2 years. So the efforts of this government is being felt, and international agencies are taking note, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, here is the truth. Here's the truth, Mr. Speaker. We have started to address the fiscal anchors around the neck of the Bahamian economy. Our debt, our deficit, lack of controls, seemingly non-existent fiscal restraint, our uncontrollable spending of the Bahamian people's money. Mr. Speaker, this government has stopped the bleeding in the Bahamian economy. Mr. Speaker, let me also just say on that note that this is the Bahamians people's money we are caretakers of, and we must be better caretakers of their money. They should expect their government to fix roads, to build schools, care for the poor, create jobs, lure foreign investment, build a world-class national sports program, invest in education and culture, reform our public service. They have a right to expect all of this and more, Mr. Speaker, and we as legislators have a duty to create the economic environment for these things to happen. But it requires strategic fiscal decisions, both easy and difficult, Mr. Speaker. We need national budgets influenced primarily by planning and not politics. This government's commitment to fixing the Bahamian economy, Mr. Speaker, is a 5-year plan. Stabilize and revitalize, Mr. Speaker. History has shown us, Mr. Speaker, that the most calculable and measurable metric in government is progress. Why progress, Mr. Speaker? Because the resolution to many of our fiscal issues requires a multifaceted and layered approach. 20, 30, and 40 years of deeply rooted issues cannot and will not necessarily give way to solutions in 2 or 3 years. But we can begin, Mr. Speaker, to see the light at the end of the tunnel. Not rhetoric, Mr. Speaker, but fact. We are moving the Commonwealth of the Bahamas forward, and we are headed in the right direction, Mr. Speaker. This government never said that the path would be easy or quick. This government wasn't elected to do the easy. It was elected to act. The most honorable Hubert Minnis and this government were elected to fix problems and secure the future of the Bahamian people. Mr. Speaker, we are 2 years into our ongoing 5-year plan of fixing our economy. And while the opposition would rather this government's grade to be given in the middle of the test, we have 5 years to complete this exam the Bahamian people have given us. It will involve a joint effort, shared responsibility, and shared sacrifice. Mr. Speaker, there already exists in this debate a thread that will make every effort to derail this story of progress on the economy and for the Bahamian people. Mr. Speaker, in this debate, will the opposition and the Shadow Minister of Finance talk down the Bahamian economy and look for morsels of negativity without context just to satisfy their politics? Will the Shadow Minister of Finance and the opposition embrace the central bank's monthly economic and financial development report recently published on April 1st, 2019? And I quote, Mr. Speaker, indications are that the domestic economy sustained its upward trajectory, Mr. Speaker. And that's from our central bank. This government continues to work, and we are moving the Commonwealth of the Bahamas forward, Mr. Speaker. April 1st, published April 1st, 2019. Will the Shadow Minister of Finance and the opposition welcome Moody's recent stable credit outlook for the Bahamas as significant progress? Moreover, will they publicly recognize that Moody's change in outlook to stable is due to the fact, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, the Bahamas has made important progress in strengthening its fiscal policy framework and transparency through the introduction of fiscal rules and more frequent and in-depth reporting of the fiscal accounts. It goes further, Mr. Speaker. It specifically points to the government's passing of the Fiscal Responsibility Act last year, which established a set of fiscal rules that include a medium-term deficit target, a government debt limit, and increased reporting requirements, widely seen as a way for the country to recapture lost policy credibility. The new disaster relief fund, which places the government in a better position to respond to natural disasters, was also noted as instrumental in the change in the outlook. Mr. Speaker, another example of this government continuing to work. So once you get past all of the rhetoric and the smokes and mirrors and the sleight of hand, this government continues to work, and we are making progress on the Bahamian economy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will this opposition note the recent IMF Article 4 review published April 15th that noted, Mr. Speaker, that the Bahamas delivered strong economic performance in 2018, supported by sound macroeconomic policies and progress on fiscal reforms. Not rhetoric, Mr. Speaker, but facts. Mr. Speaker, will the Shadow Minister of Finance and the opposition call the work of our own central bank professionals and assessments by Moody's and the IMF pretty books and lukewarm report cards? It's fascinating to me, Mr. Speaker, and the good member for Zuma and Ragged Island, the good man, it's a good man, but it's interesting, Mr. Speaker, that in August 18, 2018, this is an article by Chester Robart, okay? Turnquest Cooper offer opposing views on Moody's unchanged rating, okay? So at that time, Mr. Speaker...
Remember,
yes.
is that a newspaper article? Just state the source and the date.
Yes.
State the source and the date.
It's the Nassau Guardian, August 18, 2018.
Thank you.
So this is the honorable member for Exuma. No. Chester Cooper, who is the opposition shadow minister for finance, said, unchanged rating indicates Moody's lack of confidence in the government's efforts to improve the economy in any significant way. Also, Cooper, however, saw the Moody's report as an indictment of the Free National Movement government's execution of its fiscal reform and economic rejuvenation. Mr. Speaker, I've mentioned that because it seems as though when the reports are not in their favor, right, all of a sudden they are pretty reports. But just as you saw there, when the stable rating was not yet embraced, they fully embraced the report. Full-throated endorsement, Mr. Speaker. Full-throated endorsement. Full-throated endorsement. Now I turn to an article by Laurent Roll, February 25, 2019. Cooper, Nassau Guardian. Cooper, Moody's outlook doesn't help struggling families. Right? Pretty books and lukewarm report cards from credit agencies will do nothing to stem the increase of joblessness. Okay? It also goes on to say, the reality on the ground is being ignored by this administration, as it apparently governs to please rating agencies and the IMF. Mr. Speaker, the point I'm simply trying to make is you can't have it both ways. Right? Either these very important reports are important as we assess our progress as a government, or they're not, Mr. Speaker. These reviews, Mr. Speaker, reflects a government working and making progress for the Bahamian people. Will the opposition make an off-target attempt to say that this is the worst the economy has been? Will they have the audacity, the nerve to say that the economy of 4 downgrades and junk status in December of 2016 was better than an economy that has grown by 1.6% in 2018? Mr. Speaker, not where we want it to be, but progress is being made. Will the opposition acknowledge that having the lowest annual budget deficit in 10 years is good for the Bahamian people? Will the opposition, Mr. Speaker, show their support for the people of Grand Bahama and celebrate that things are moving in Grand Bahama? Or will they say nothing is happening even though there's more work to be done? Or will their politics force them to dismiss the economic activity and investments in Grand Bahama and label them as no big deal when it is a big deal to Grand Bahamians? Will they state up front, Mr. Speaker, that by all accounts, metrics and measurement, 2.5 years ago the Bahamian economy was in a free fall and in serious danger, and that the economy is on the rebound? Will the opposition admit that the change in economic trajectory is a positive one and good for the Bahamian people? Mr. Speaker, will the opposition be courageous enough, I dare say brave, to stand up and admit that even with their best intentions, the economy they presided over was lackluster? Mr. Speaker, will the Shadow Minister of Finance applaud the government for the $8 million injection in the island, on the Ragged Island, for the construction of a school and teachers complex, a new clinic, administrator's office, post office, a courtroom, and a police station and accommodations. Will the opposition be bold enough to say that the actions of this government strengthen the Bahamas' creditworthiness? Will the opposition, Mr. Speaker, admit, however hard it may seem, that this government, this Prime Minister, this Minister of Finance 2 years later, has stabilized the Bahamian economy? Mr. Speaker, let me make myself clear. The Prime Minister and this government knows that there's a lot more work to be done on behalf of the Bahamian people. The economic storm has passed us, but we continue to persevere to further shore up and revitalize the Bahamian economy. Unemployment is still too high, and there is still much anxiety. But, Mr. Speaker, we continue to work, and we are headed in the right direction. Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt Bahamian people are real, and they should be upset that we are where we are. That's why this government remains steadfast, because our approach is reaping dividends, and yes, while we are not where we want to be, it's going in the right direction, and progress is being made, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government's fiscal approach has allowed us to bring needed relief in many areas. This government understands the importance of building small businesses by removing business license fees and made it free for new and small businesses making less than $100,000 a year. Mr. Speaker, for that new entrepreneur, for that young entrepreneur, now all of a sudden a business license is not an encumbrance to starting a business. So this government, Mr. Speaker, is dedicated to the young entrepreneur and dedicated to business. The startup of the Small Business Development Center at the Edmund Spencer Moxie Youth and Community Center in the heart of St. Barnabas will go a long way in promoting small business economic development and expansion, creating new entrepreneurs. Mr. Speaker, particularly over the hill communities and extended areas like my beloved St. Barnabas and Angleton. Mr. Speaker, for many people, the ability to acquire a license is no big feat. But for the man on the street, the small man and woman in St. Barnabas, this is an important tool of empowerment. For my people in St. Barnabas, the elimination of VAT on breadbasket item remains a welcome relief because it affects the small man directly every single day, Mr. Speaker. With the implementation of VAT in 2015, the small man paid more for breadbasket items, Mr. Speaker. This new policy by this government has helped those who need it the most. Mr. Speaker, add in this government's new policy of duty-free school supplies, and the burden is getting a little lighter. But we know there's much more work to be done, Mr. Speaker. We are making progress for the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, I wish to touch very briefly on the Over the Hill Partnership Initiative, the brainchild of the Prime Minister. Nothing shows this Prime Minister and government's concern more than our commitment to the Over the Hill community. Mr. Speaker, for 50 years after majority rule, the people of the historic communities from Over the Hill were ignored and forgotten, Mr. Speaker. When I was a young man growing up on the Fort Hill with my paternal great-grandmother, the promises to the people over the hill and their plight became stuff of legends. And while many have used the people from the Over the Hill area for their votes, they have never, Mr. Speaker, never sought to change their lives in the way this Prime Minister has committed to. The people of Over the Hill communities have never had this amount of resources, monetary and otherwise, earmarked for their upliftment and development. Others have paid lip service and talked, but never acted. Already, Mr. Speaker, hundreds of small companies and residents have benefited from the millions of dollars invested in the initiative. Real people, Mr. Speaker, getting real opportunities. Mr. Speaker, I wish to share a testimonial of a newly hired environmental monitor, hired as a part of the Over Hill initiative. Mr. Speaker, and just for full disclosure, Mr. Marl Lockhart, who's an environmental monitor. Mr. Marl Lockhart, who is an environmental monitor, knows that this is being done today and has given her permission. So we're not catching anybody off guard. So she is firmly there. Okay? I am grateful for the opportunity to be a part of this great vision of our Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Dr. Hubert Minnis, and the team of the Over the Hill Community Development Partnership Initiative. For where there's vision, there is hope. Being a part of this program as an environmental monitor, I must say that I have learned a lot. Firstly, Over the Hill is prime property, so we, and not only I, must take care of it. When we take pride in our surrounding, the value goes up. So in order to ensure this, I, as an environmental monitor, must go out there and not only do my job, but make sure my area is cleaner and safer for all. I must help to educate my neighbors and the people in my zone about not only how to keep the breeding of rodents and mosquitoes down, but also make them aware of the opportunities awarded to them under this initiative. This includes jobs that may be available and the opportunity to start a business. I must also ensure that they know of the tax concessions awarded to them under this program. The goal is to educate others of each pillar of the Over the Hill program that may be helpful to them. In doing this, I think the vision will become a success story, and one day, my grandkids will know that together we can. Powerful stuff, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Prime Minister, I do congratulate you on this vision and what has been in your heart and your mind, because this is what it is about right here, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I now turn my attention to the Bahamas Public Parks and Public Beaches Authority. Mr. Speaker, I'm exceedingly grateful to the Prime Minister for my appointment as Executive Chairman of the Authority. Mr. Speaker, I would like to extend a big thank you to the hard-working staff of the Bahamas Public Parks and Public Beaches Authority, those in the head office and those in the field, who work diligently every day, serving the Bahamian public with distinction, ensuring the proper cleaning of our streets and proper manicuring of our roadside verges. Mr. Speaker, on my appointment 2 years ago, there was a priority and major focus placed on key deliverables, covering productivity, performance, efficiency, the acquisition of capital resources, and the development of our human resources. Mr. Speaker, I've had enough diverse experiences in leadership of many organizations to know that nothing is more valuable to an organization than its human resources, its people. There was a great injustice that has been placed on many of the devoted and dedicated staff of the Bahamas Public Parks and Beaches Authority, like so many others in the public service, Mr. Speaker, I may add. For decades, hundreds of hard-working staff members of the authority have been disadvantaged in their position as weekly workers, not guaranteed job security or the opportunity to live out their lives with a sense of normalcy, and the usual benefits extended to public service workers, including some banking services. We are very proud that in conjunction with the Ministry of the Environment and Housing and the Ministry of the Public Service and National Insurance, we have regularized some 70-plus weekly paid officers, Mr. Speaker. These officers were appointed on temporary month-to-month terms and then appointed to the permanent and pensionable establishment over the fiscal year. So I do want to thank the Minister of the Environment, the Honorable Member for Marathon, and of course the Minister for the Public Service, the Honorable Member for Garden Hills, for their efforts in ensuring that these people's lives are changed by finally making them permanent and pensionable. Some of these officers were weekly paid for more than 22 years, Mr. Speaker. 22 years. Mr. Speaker, other officers who would have been appointed were fortunate to have less than 10 years. Majority of officers who were regularized have between 10 to 19 years as a casual relief worker and or special project worker. Mr. Speaker, besides the responsibility that has been given to me in the Prime Minister's appointment, I will tell you that the most profound thing for me has been when you give those letters to those persons who've been weekly for 10, 15, and 20 years. It changes their lives. My only regret, Mr. Speaker, particularly for those older workers who may be in their 60s, is that while they have their pension, the younger persons who would have gotten theirs this time now have the ability to go to a bank and do some things. Because obviously when you reach a certain age, the banks aren't going to be too friendly to you. But in the end, it's still an important thing because now they get their pension, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I will add, to see men I say men because you know how we are in our society. We don't like to show emotions. To see men cry and ask me for a hug in their offices, that's the most meaningful thing to me, Mr. Speaker, because it means to me that in my capacity and this government's capacity, we are impacting and changing people's lives, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you won't get this. Mr. Speaker, one of the other transformative highlights are the many Bahamians who are in partnership with the authority in carrying out its mandate. Mr. Speaker, in conjunction with the Bahamas Public Parks and Beaches Authority, the Ministry of Public Works and the Nassau Downtown Partnership, okay, in keeping with the government's commitment to transform many aspects of Bahamian life for the better, is currently engaged in talks, if you will, Mr. Speaker, to transform the Clifford Park and surrounding area. And so, right now, we are in advanced stages of discussions with that ministry and that particular body to transform Clifford Park and the surrounding acres, Mr. Speaker. There you go. And transform it, Mr. Speaker, into an efficiently segmented, multi-usage, architecturally landscaped and inspired, expansive green space to rival, Mr. Speaker, any metropolitan city, any central park in any metropolitan city around the world. Mr. Speaker, as I close, Mr. Speaker, as I close, I cannot stand here, Mr. Speaker, and claim that I have been perfect in my representation of the people of St. Barnabas. We've implemented many programs, we've solved many problems, and assisted many individuals and families and continue to do so. However, Mr. Speaker, some problems require more time and incremental steps, and we will continue to work. So while we have not been perfect, we have been perfect in our attempts, Mr. Speaker, to make the lives of the people of St. Barnabas better, and we will continue to do that through our many programs in our soon-to-open community center. As I finally close, Mr. Speaker, I wish to turn my attention back to our purpose here today. The budget is a document, a fiscal blueprint, but it must be executed in all its parts by all stakeholders, government, business, churches, civic organizations, the Bahamian people, young and old. As a parliamentary body, we must decide right here, right now, if we, as one unified nation, will allow Bahamian history to reflect that we squandered our talents, our capacities, our abilities, our know-how to address our fiscal issues as a people, or will it reflect that we stood up and selfishly rejected our own inclinations, political expediency, and political biases for the sake of country, for a promising and prosperous future for our children? Will there be embedded in the history books, Mr. Speaker, that this was a time like no other, when we would shape our destiny and not have our future shaped by how we lack fortitude, how we lack courage, how we lack the will to do what must be done? Mr. Speaker, we are at that crossroad again, faced with a harsh reality. Do we as a nation care enough not to mortgage away the future of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas? Mr. Speaker, I support this budget because I love my country and the Bahamian people, and I believe they deserve a more certain future, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I support this budget because we must, in those profound words of the oath of an Athenian city-state, transmit our nation greater, better, and more beautiful than it was transmitted to us. God bless the people of St. Barnabas, Bahamians wherever they may be, over land and sea, and may he continue to richly bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for the Exumas on Ragged Island.
10 minutes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honor.
Just a moment, Honorable Member. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Kalani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want a clarification whether the members, lead speaker speaking for 2 hours, meaning that the leader of the system will only speak for 1 hour. I just want to clear.
Declare that the leader.
And I want to hear it with my own ear.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for the Exumas and Ragged Island.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, again. It is always an honor to stand and address this House on behalf of the great people of the Exumas.
Honorable Member, did you give the clarification?
I will, Mr. Speaker. I will. Can we start again? Talk to your leader, man. Talk to your leader, government. Leader, government business.
And I asked the member a question. I didn't ask my leader. I didn't ask my lead business leader. Why is it punching you? I asked a question.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
We appreciate that there's 2 hours allotted to one of our speakers here, and the speaker will speak, and if he uses the 2 hours, then we appreciate what that consequence will be. Right? And that is it.
So, hold on.
I
I need.
will speak for 2 hours, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much.
That's the arrangement of the opening speaker.
Thank you very much.
I don't think we need to prolong that. Mr. Speaker, I am honored to stand and address this House on behalf of the great people of the Exumas and the great and long-suffering people of Ragged Island. I note, Mr. Speaker, that I do have 2 hours today, though I do hope that I will be done before then. We sat in this House last week to hear a budget communication that lasted almost 4 hours. Frankly, Mr. Speaker, it was dull. And I say again without hesitation, it was devoid of hope, provided no uplift for the Bahamian people. It was unimaginative, and it was uninspiring. It engendered no confidence in the future of this administration. It had no overriding rallying theme. It lacked center. It lacked a soul. And I have to also be frank in saying that the vast majority of it, in my view, was unnecessary political rhetoric. But more on that in a bit, Mr. Speaker. When I came to this House 2 years ago, it was against the backdrop of an historic election that saw the Progressive Liberal Party suffer a great defeat and swept in a free national movement that focused much on so-called corruption and promises of transparency. I thought there was a great deal of naivety coming from the government side as it sought to demonize Bahamians as a corrupt people. I heard a lot of piggybacking and attempting to fix or enhance PLP programs. I didn't hear a lot of innovation through the discourse. But yet I was hopeful. I was hopeful that the F&M would move the nation forward as they were elected to do. I was even rooting for their success, even being in opposition. I'm a PLP, but I am a Bahamian first, a nationalist, a businessman with a family. If the Bahamas succeeds, then we all do. A rising tide, they say, float all boats. And so with some level of hope, I sat through the member of East Grand Bahamas' first budget statement in 2017, and my hope faded fast. He used that communication to deride the PLP, to claim they had done a disservice to the Bahamian people. He said the PLP ran up hundreds of millions of dollars in bills. Then he proceeded to borrow hundreds of millions of dollars in the backs of the Bahamian people. I swiftly pointed out that it was the wrong speech at the wrong time. Then I sat here again in 2018, my hopes immensely tampered, wishing I would hear some semblance of sense after hundreds of millions borrowed. But my hopes were dashed again, as the minister and this administration did the unthinkable. They raised VAT on the people and tried to sell it at any cost. This administration and their operatives made nonsensical arguments about dollar devaluation and the fate of our nation, of other nations, and the possibility of losing a country because they simply couldn't manage to figure out how to run this government without causing immense harm and pain on the Bahamian people. The things they railed against the PLP for, the establishment of value-added tax, the regulation and taxation of the gaming industry, they said that these same things were the mechanism for their salvation. And only going beyond where the PLP wisely decided not to go with these measures could the Bahamian people be saved from certain doom. What we understood at the time, and now it is quite plain to see, is that the ones the people needed saving from were the members of this Free National Movement administration. It was a dangerous move, a heavy gamble. But they said they had the economic models. They said they knew what they were doing. They said they were confident they would collect the revenue and the Bahamian people could take the strain. We told them it was too steep, too soon, that it would dampen the economy, it would increase unemployment, it would inflict great pain on the Bahamian people. And now we know they were wrong and we were right. We know that because we come to this latest budget communication delivered last week, and we see a pattern of non-inspiring double down, of wrong-headedness, of epic proportions. But before we get into the meat of this latest failed budget submitted to this House, let me explain something. I didn't come to this
Say that this
to sugarcoat or to make friends. I came here to help. I came to contribute to a nation that has contributed so much to me. And for perspective, I was born and grew up at Forbes Hill, Little Exuma, in a level of poverty that many in this place claim to know, but surely don't always act like they've ever experienced. I was the last of 12 children, raised by a widowed mother. I had no silver spoon. I had no prospects. I had no rich uncle. What I had was a loving family, a supportive community, a nurturing village, and a government, a progressive Liberal Party government, that believed in investing in the Bahamian people. I stayed out of trouble. I studied hard. I got a scholarship, a government scholarship, to attend university, and the village helped. And through hard work and God's grace, I achieved much. And though I have given back much through my career and businesses, I found myself at a place where I saw politics as a chance to make a difference on a national scale. Now here's why I lay this out. I hear some on the other side as they constantly make reference to my wealth. They say I'm a rich man. And you will hear it again before the end of this debate. You might even hear it today. But guess what? I am not offended by it. I have earned everything I have from the ground up with sweat, struggle, and a lot of tears. I am proud of what I achieved with the help of the Almighty and the loyalty and support of the Bahamian people. But I suppose richness and wealth, it is all relative. There are those who I could mention who benefit from a legacy of privilege, who have amassed a bounty that would make a king blush. Yet they want more. I call them special interests. The special interests in this country who are constantly protected by this government. That's right. That's right. This budget itself is a budget for special interests. This administration promised campaign finance reform in the interest of their so-called transparency and accountability.
You got 5 years, man.
And I was once again naively hopeful that with those reforms we would better be equipped to limit and expose the influence of special interests. And I came here to protect the poor and middle class from the wolves of special interests. These special interests, whom some of the other side will support by squeezing taxes from the poorest amongst us, while turning a blind eye to numerous board appointments for special interests that apparently seek to gobble the resources of this country, while displaying no consideration for the most vulnerable they represent. I came to this place to protect and do all I can to uplift the Bahamian people, create opportunities and empowerment for our youth. I came to this place to protect the struggling businessman who wants to know the pride in building something he or she can hand down to the next generation, much like those who have so much who you so unfailingly protect. I came here to empower the Bahamian people, to help break the poverty cycle, to bring solutions, if I can, to structural unemployment. That's what the PLP philosophy is about. And many who sit in here will praise the movement of a post office to Town Center Mall as a national achievement, yet fiddle while Bahamas Power and Light says one thing and does another, while still failing to provide affordable electricity and keep the lights on. I came here because I feared for this country should the wolves of special interests convince the gatekeepers they would be good protectors of the sheep. And I see now, my fear was right. Yes, this is a budget for the rich, connected, and the powerful. The special interest. Some people are protected, their fortunes jealously guarded, while others are expected to give more than they have. And there are those of us in here who will dismiss the failure of this administration to keep the lights on with an admonition to take a cowboy shower. There are those of us in here who will sit idly by and thunderously applaud the application of even more pressure to the poor and the working class, yet say nothing when asked, why do we not tax the wealthy equitably? Because clearly, we give tax break to the rich in the Bahamas. We only tax the working class and the middle class. We only tax those in the struggle. But believe me when I tell you, the struggle is real. If you're one of the lucky few who made it to the clique, congratulations. It's smooth sailing from here with this government. I came to this place because I wanted to create a Bahamas for my children, Chelsea, Isaac, and Chloe. A Bahamas that they could proudly inherit. I came here because I wanted to empower Exuma and our people, and Ragged Island too. From Duncantown to Williamstown, from Forbes Hill to Farmers Hill, to Black Point, to Highburn Key, and everywhere in between. Because there are still far too many forgotten in the Family Islands. There's an incredible amount of work to be done inside and outside this place. And I do thank my dear wife, Cecilia, my children, and my business associates for the significant sacrifices they make on my behalf and those I represent. I came here because I saw so many who had no voice crying out, yet still being ignored, much like the people of Ragged Island, who many of you think can survive on grandiose promises by the Prime Minister. It is my sincere hope that during this budget debate, our Prime Minister will offer an apology to the people of Ragged Island for gross neglect on the part of this administration. It is my hope that this Prime Minister and the Minister of Education will articulate what the government intends to do on Ragged Island about the upcoming school year. It is my hope that there is a plan in place now, right now, for the provision of a nurse and some sort of clinic facility on Ragged Island, because there is an urgent need. These are real people with real needs that the government is not meeting. I cry and I make noise for them because their cries have clearly fallen on deaf ears. Mr. Speaker, may I now turn my attention to this failed budget. This budget is a failure. It is painfully clear that there was heavy lobbying for and on behalf of special interests, and their negotiators won. So I ask, who negotiated for the people? Because clearly, the special interests got tax breaks, and the poor and middle class got shafted once again. We see the new car dealers at it again. On top of the 25 million loss in excise tax last year, because you allowed them to bring in the cars duty-free and bonded, and only pay taxes when they sell the cars. Today, in this budget, they get even more tax breaks. In the real property tax amendments, the removal of the residency requirement for homeowners exemption for real property tax, instead of 6 months, it now just says seasonal occupancy, which could be widely interpreted and abused by rich second homeowners. This
Honorable member, the chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
I think the member might want to be careful there, because what the amendment is seeking to do is to take that seasonal definition back to the definition that existed forever since last year. We changed it last year, but previous to that, it was the exact same definition. So we're reverting to the previous definition, and that's all we're doing here.
You made a landmark ruling this morning, Mr. Speaker, that members ought to bring up their contributions in the debate. This member had 3 hours, then 2 hours, and I believe he's wrapping up. He has another hour. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I point out that this budget, this one that we're talking about, defines seasonal as owner-occupied. This is going to cost this government, your administration, in my estimation, tens of millions of dollars. So the rich get loopholes, and the poor gets crayons. Yay, it's the people's time to stock their cupboards with crayons. There's a new tax, Mr. Speaker, on currency conversion, a stamp tax, and maybe the minister can speak to this whenever he has another hour. There's a new tax of 1.5% when you exchange currency. Not only does this potentially undermine, in my view, dollar parity, but it unintentionally encourages hoarding and a black market. The exchange control regulations was amended last year to allow businesses to operate US dollar accounts. So this, in my opinion, is going to hit the poor disproportionately. In the simplest terms, as I interpret it, if a straw vendor or jet ski operator or tour operator in Exuma deposits a $100 bill US into their $B account, they would receive credit for only $98.50. So the rich get loopholes, the poor get taxed. How caring of this administration. It must be the people's time. So I will say it again. This budget is a failure. But I expect failure from a failed administration, though it does sadden me. As far as I'm concerned, this travesty of an F&M budget has not one new idea that the PLP did not leave in the pipeline. What a curious set of people we have in governance now. Always blaming the PLP for something, then claiming credit for what the PLP put in place. For instance, the Small Business Development Center, we hear this administration talking a lot about it. It was the former Minister of State for Finance, Michael Alcides, who signed a deal for its establishment of that program with the OAS. It was the PLP that determined that the SBDC, this same center, would be at the University of the Bahamas to shield it from political interference. Yet, the PLP is never mentioned when we have these success stories. I wonder what the PLP saw that this visionless government will reap credit for next. Yes, this F&M is a visionless administration that is so widely hypocritical. There is the obvious. Taxing is the lazy way out. From the leader himself. Yes, we're not supposed to bring that up anymore. But there's also just embarrassing and shameful statements. The member for East Grand Bahama, when he was the shadow minister of finance, said VAT was like extortion. The same member for East Grand Bahama, when he was shadow minister of finance, said gaming tax was like preparing to collect blood money. You know, Google is a great thing. Google is a wonderful thing. I learned something from Google last night.
Yes.
I learned that when you are the shadow minister of finance, you keep your words soft and sweet, because you never know when you're going to have to eat them. Mr. Speaker, remember, Mr. Speaker, when the F&M said the spy bill was bad, didn't Kalani march? Would we march against it? How hypocritical.
Yeah.
Remember when the F&M said it believed free tuition at UB? Yet, it's standing by While tuition costs significantly increased at UB. Remember when the FNM said BPL exemption would benefit 60,000? Well, the minister said it's now 79,000. What he didn't say is that the thousands of Bahamians whose lights are off don't benefit from this. Remember when the FNM said they were friends of the poor, yet gave tax breaks on caviar, new cars, planes, helicopters? How compassionate. I guess it's them people time. Remember when the member for Southern Shores promised more money for local government in his first budget speech? Yet, there's been no increase. No one else remember that, just me, I suppose. But aside from the lack, I will return to that point, Southern Shores. Aside, it ain't your fault this time. Aside from the lack of vision, the hypocrisy, the claiming of credit for other people's ideas, this budget itself falls short of the standard of a budget which should be delivered to Parliament. This failure is alarming, given the traditional apolitical stance of the Ministry of Finance in presenting fiscal numbers. The standard for budgets is included in the IMF Manual of Fiscal Transparency. Find it on Google too. And honestly, for an administration that likes to refer to the IMF so much, I find their failure to adhere to the manual when presenting the budget quite puzzling. Here's what the manual says about budget data. Budget data should reflect recent revenue and expenditure trends, underlying microeconomic developments, and well-defined policy commitments. On both counts, the government has failed. The government has inexplicably increased revenue growth trends and decreased expenditure trends without explanation. How can the government justify the withholding of payment to BPL as demonstrated in this budget for the period up to March 2019? On the non-payment of the insurance for the police, prisons officers, defense force, customs, immigration, judicial officers, as reflected in the numbers up to March 2019.
Check 317.
To ignore critical payments or adjust revenue numbers upward to meet some arbitrary deficit target is just not right, and reflects a minister and a government desperate and disconnected from the reality of the Bahamas. The government has simply ignored this basic principle and put forward a set of numbers with little or no reference to commitments already stated in the public domain. I note, for example, the apparent lack of funding for free tuition commitments at the increased levels for Bahamian students at UB. The inclusion of cruise port revenue in the revenue figures of the budget, given the government's commitment to privatize the port. The absence of any forecasting for the proceeds from the sale of Grand Lucayan, although a letter of intent is reportedly and supposedly signed. And that's just to name a few of these examples on the expenditure side. On the revenue side, it is even more alarming. The Minister of Finance, apparently, in seeking to avoid reaching the limits in his Fiscal Responsibility Act, appears motivated to make the numbers work. Why should we believe any of these revenue projections when the projections for 2019, 2017, 2018 were so far off target? The revenue numbers, in my opinion, cannot be trusted. And I don't believe them. It is unfortunate that the minister would seek to impanel a fiscal council with this failure to meet revenue targets so fresh in the minds of the public and this parliament. If the Fiscal Council is to have even a shred of credibility, it has no choice but to immediately dispute and reject the revenue estimates in this budget.
Chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama on a point of order.
Yeah, I think, Mr. Speaker, the member maybe needs to acquaint himself with the Fiscal Responsibility Act and what the Fiscal Council is supposed to do. And I think I want to caution that he ought not to put the Fiscal Council in the position of being considered partisan one way or the other. These are professionals that are selected, as you know, are selected by these organizations, professional organizations, and we expect them to deliver an objective opinion. So I just want to caution the member not to try to paint them in a political way or to paint them in a box, because they will issue their own comments, and we should leave that at that, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the IMF's manual on fiscal transparency, your friends, mind you, says this about revenue estimates. Realistic revenue forecasts are especially important since relatively small errors in forecasting is often difficult to adjust in response to revenue shortfalls. Revenue forecasts should be fully explained in terms of revenue trends, likely macroeconomic developments, and the estimated impact on revenue of any emergent consequences of existing tax policy and of any new tax changes. Very little of that appears to have been taken into account here. The IMF manual, our good friends, also speaks to something called internal consistency. They say, cross-checks of internal consistency of fiscal data should be undertaken and the effectiveness of these procedures reported. In this case, the Minister of Finance has clearly failed. As of March 2019, the average monthly revenue was $188 million per month, leading by simple extrapolation to a projected year-end figure of $2.25 billion. The minister, without any explanation, has estimated the year-end figure to be $2.4 billion. The difference of $161 million has allowed the minister to project a year-end deficit of 1.8% rather than 3%. If he is wrong, as I contend, his budget deficit won't be $229 million, but more than $400 million on this point alone. There is no credible financial analyst. There is no junior accountant who would accept these figures at face value. So really, this is all for naught. And the credibility of this minister and the Ministry of Finance, which he heads, has suffered further damage. You know, after the minister's second budget, I introduced the concept of a credibility deficit. I'm afraid it's gotten wider. This minister is concerned about the GFS deficit, but should be more concerned about the credibility deficit. Yes, there is a significant credibility deficit. With respect to bank tax regime, the minister's treatment of the new tax regime for banks is also a little curious. I would hope this isn't the case of his famous modeling. He doesn't end up inflating the business license projected yield. Bahamian commercial banks at the moment pay business license of 3% of gross revenues and bank license fees. The bank license fees were traditionally returned to the central bank to pay for regulatory cost of supervision. The minister is proposing that this continues, but is showing this figure in a separate line, but not reducing the business license revenues by the corresponding amount. He is doing the same thing for premium tax collected by the Insurance Commission and remitted by the central government. This is now called a dividend from the Insurance Commission, which for presentation purposes has been subsumed in business license fees for several years. So the true business license number, by my calculation, needs to be reduced by at least 40 million. Therefore, I submit that business license revenues in 2019-2020 may be overstated by as much as 40 million. This, when you add to the true shortfall of this year, of what I explained is likely to be 400 million, means that next year's starting deficit without any tax adjustment would be 440 million. This is a huge amount, and unless addressed, would effectively cripple the government's operation in the coming year. You see, I'm here to help. That or this fanciful spending plan for next year will be shelved the same way they shelved the capital expense budget this year, just like it was this year, in order to hit the legally mandated deficit target. When one looks at such a startling shortfall of revenue, one would think the minister would seek to close the loopholes. He would seek to close the loopholes. He's desperately looking for revenues. He's crying everywhere that the government ain't got no revenue, and therefore the Bahamian people shouldn't expect much. And what does he do? Tax loopholes and tax breaks for the wealthy. That's what he does. That's his response to not having enough revenue. He gives up tens of millions of dollars of revenues to the rich while taxing the poor, and then complaining that the government ain't got no money. Mr. Speaker, the minister covers for the failure to restart, and that's a word that's coming up fairly frequently, Mr. Speaker, F for failure. This minister covers for failure to restart the Revenue Enhancement Unit during the current fiscal year, as promised in the last budget communication, by putting forward an amendment to allow the Financial Secretary to hire contract workers to collect taxes. We heard this talk about Revenue Enhancement Unit over and over. And there's flip and flop on this Revenue Enhancement Unit. We hear it over and over. With respect to the business license tax, Mr. Speaker, and and I urge the public to read these bills. There's much in them that can be gleaned that was not included in the minister's 3+ hours budget communication. In fact, some was not included even after today, after we've added 2 more hours of the minister's explanation. With respect to business license, the creating of 4 different start and end of tax year periods for business license registration is perhaps one of the worst ideas that can be found in this budget. Why didn't the government just make it easier to pay quarterly in arrears for large businesses? That may have improved the ease of doing business. I know he's big on that. Instead, the government will likely create a compliance nightmare for itself. And this is for a tax type where you already, in my view, have a compliance problem. Not satisfied with immersing just the Department of Inland Revenue in a nightmare scenario, it follows that those who compile national statistics will be dragged into this nightmare as well. And perhaps, and I would give the minister the benefit of some doubt in this area, but I know that Department of Statistics also falls under his ministry, and I would like to say that he is concerned about the data sources that he uses. However, Mr. Speaker, I get the impression from the current fiscal budget and the one that is being proposed that there is little concern, or not enough concern, about the reliability of statistics, in my opinion. Another example in folly, or perhaps by design, is exempting the revenue of wholly owned subsidiaries from business license once 90% of their sales is to the parent company. Speaker, this in essence is legalizing a method of some entities, such as large companies in the Bahamas, to avoid paying business license taxes. The taxes for them would now be on the margin. The difference between what they charge the final customer and their internal costs provided by their subsidiary for goods or service. Mr. Speaker, the decision to allow a taxpayer to choose a tax year for assessment would lead to a reduction in the business license tax base and ultimately in the amount of revenues collected. It would be better to decrease the rate across the board rather than create loopholes, again, loopholes for special interests. As for the exemption of revenue derived from export services for business license fees, it is clear that the minister does not fully comprehend how much revenue the large communication companies derive from foreign-based counterparts in things like roaming fees, which would now all be exempt. And speaking about the communication sector, I did not see an explanation for the 75% reduction in communication levy revenue in the budget. Nor did I see an honest explanation for making the VAT exemption for electricity permanent. An audit of the two large power companies to determine how they account for the VAT exemption would indeed be very interesting, since you like forensic audits so much. I say again, this is a budget driven by the wolves of special interests. Mr. Speaker, in the budget communication, the Speaker, the Minister, not you, Mr. Speaker, the Minister speaks of several initiatives without providing credit to the work of his predecessors. This is extremely bad taste, Mr. Speaker. Without the work done by the Minister of Finance and the Minister of State for Finance in the last Christie administration to modernize the Ministry of Finance, the country would be a lot worse off, and the present Minister of Finance would have very little to talk about in his communication, except for his failure to achieve the revenue and the expenditure budget, and perhaps elucidate about his own deficits. Since the minister won't do it, let me do it for him. I would like to thank the Right Honorable Perry Gladstone Christie and the Honorable Michael Halpides for the new chart of accounts. Thank you. We would like to thank them for the upgrade of financial management system, inclusive of the eventual replacement of the J.D. Edwards and the SSA global system. Thank you very much. For the establishment of the Small Business Development Center, we would like to thank the former ministers and the PLP. Since we like to talk so much about the PLP, thank you, PLP. For the establishment of the Interdepartmental Revenue Task Force, the Revenue Enhancement Unit, reporting on the Minister of Finance, we'd like to thank the PLP. Thank you, PLP. For the engagement of PwC to determine whether the Minister of Finance was fit for purpose in the modern Bahamas, we would like to thank the PLP. For the engagement of KPMG to examine public service pension reforms, and the further engagement of a qualified actuary, Mr. Derek Osborne, to develop a framework for this reform, I'd like to say thank you to the PLP. I would note that this framework is currently in place for the University of the Bahamas and can be used as a model of pension reforms going forward. In short, you really don't need to hire more consultants to figure it out. The PLP already did that for you. Thank you, PLP.
Thank you. Thank you.
For the electronic single window, now it's dubbed click to share. That's cute. That should have been launched 2 years ago. For that, I'd like to thank the PLP. For the modernization of the property tax regime and the outsourcing collection to experienced private agency, I'd like to thank the PLP for that as well. For the new public procurement framework, let's all take a moment and say thank you to the PLP.
Yes. Everybody says thank you.
And you're welcome. And you're welcome. You're welcome. In relation to IDB dependents,
Peter said thank
the
you.
2019-2020 budget
Peter said thank you.
also reflects an alarming reality that the government's dependence
Doc, you can't leave now. It's getting better, man.
on the IDB and now the Caribbean Development Bank to determine its development priorities for the government through the provision of funds. But strangely, this administration seemed not able to use the funds provided, as none of the active projects had any disbursements up to March 2019, which is an indication of the inefficiency of this administration in managing these programs, as the government is paying commitment fees, no doubt, on the undisbursed balances of these loans. Also, for some inexplicable reason, the government, in its proceeds from borrowing, is showing it would receive $32.5 million from the IDB for an air transport program loan, having budgeted for such. And I believe the Minister of Tourism and Aviation confirmed receipt of these funds during the fiscal year. If this is a mistake, I would recommend that the general borrowing resolution be immediately amended to account for the lack of availability of these funds. The CDB, street lighting loan, the CDB street lighting loan program was approved by the CDB in December 2018, and is now coming to Parliament almost 6 months later for approval. The government should explain why it is borrowing money to invest in infrastructure owned by BPL. On the face of it, this loan makes no sense, as BPL, the entity providing the service, is not obliged or committed to take any action. Should not the loan be made to BPL? Does the technical expertise exist within the government to run this program? Is this also designed? Because there's such a significant credibility deficit, Mr. Speaker, I must ask, is this also designed? Is it designed this way to cater to the wolves of special interest? Mr. Speaker, with respect to the rate reduction bond, the minister in his communication did not mention the rate reduction bond after 5 hours of talk. When he provided what he called good news about making VAT exemption on electricity permanent. This is a material point, Mr. Speaker. It's a material matter, and it warrants some commentary. I trust that he or the Honorable Minister for Works will speak to it. As I understand it, the rate reduction bond could lead to increases in electricity by at least 0.06 cents per kilowatt hour on a monthly bill this year, which could be greater than 12% increase in the utility bills for BPL customers. The Bahamian people deserve an explanation. This would negate any savings. Any savings the minister spoke about the VAT exemptions for the 79,000, and for many large commercial business, this would be a fatal blow. I would have thought that the Minister of Finance would have used the opportunity of his 6-hour communication to give some relevant information as the rate reduction bond levy is for all intents and purposes a tax. You use 5, you got one more. 5 plus 1, 6. Mr. Speaker, but perhaps I ask too much. Perhaps I will get someone from the wolves of special interest to ask this question for me. In relation to tourism, Mr. Speaker, as it regards to our number one industry, the government appears to be wasting away the benefits from the opening of Bahama and the rise of Caribbean tourism. And let me be clear, I seek not to belittle the hard work of the professionals at the Ministry of Tourism. However, no amount of self-praise is going to convince serious analysts that the Minister of Tourism hyperbolic comments about the bullish tourism numbers represents a renaissance in our product that was initiated by him. His hyperboles. He knows, Mr. Speaker. He knows, Mr. Speaker, that the boom in Caribbean tourism had very little to do with him. But it's cool to ride a wave. It's cool to ride a wave. We know, Mr. Speaker, that he is just the luckiest Minister of Tourism ever. And we're happy for him, you know. We're happy for him. We're happy for him. And we're happy for Bahamian tourism. And we're happy for the Bahamian people. However, what he has done, Mr. Speaker, is shamelessly, in my view, sought to appropriate credit to himself that is due to others who toiled in the face of his and his party's unrelenting and mean-spirited criticism in trying to get Bahama operational. And now, Bahama is wonderful. Someone said it was a fake resort. They said it had a fake owner and it had a fake opening. And now it's wonderful. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the Bahamas' success is not unique. Throughout the Caribbean, countries are experiencing a rebound in numbers. Just like Jamaica, St. Lucia, Cayman, and Cuba. All these countries have seen record-breaking growth in tourism numbers. The one difference from the Bahamas that concerns me is that they have investments in the pipeline. Their investment in the pipeline is very strong, whereas we have very little investment in the pipeline in the tourist product. Other than the point, and I hear all this talk about the 8 billion. Only 180, I believe, was laid out. But we do have O-Bahn.
But it took record to get to that.
See, I'm saying that's foolishness, even talk foolishness. Stop talking foolishness.
An oil refinery deal, mired in confusion, conspired by convicted criminals, where allegations of corruption persist, and the police has not yet reported on the missing file. My God. Meanwhile, in Aruba, they are seeking ways to ensure that the closure of their refinery is permanent. It's about tourism. Outside of the Disney project for Saudi Lutra, there's no significant investment in the tourism product that's been announced by this government. And the point is wonderful. Thank you, PLP. If the Grand Lucayan sale that I come to was close to reality, the repayment of the so-called equity investment would have been incorporated in the budget. Yet, it is not. I can personally tell you that this drop of public and private sector investment is worrying for our future economic prospects. And this worry is compounded by this poorly prepared budget and this visionless F&M administration that does not inspire confidence in the economy. So if you have $8 billion of investment in the pipeline, don't hide it under the bushel. Tell the people. Inspire some confidence in the economy that something good about to happen for them. Because this budget is a failure. Mr. Speaker, in relation to the squandered goodwill of this government, what can be said about this administration is that it will waste no opportunity to squander goodwill and to squander favorable macroeconomic conditions. Never before have we seen a new government squander so much goodwill in such a short time. There was a window, though my fear now is that this window is closing before we can take advantage of it, that presented great opportunity. With a global economy on the rise, you had a global economy that was on the rise. You had no hurricanes in the last year. Yes. You had record-breaking tourism numbers. There was an opportunity to put the country on track for real economic expansion. Instead, this administration borrowed billions, raised taxes, and could not meet its own revenue projections. And instead of concrete explanations that make sense, we get trite, superficial platitudes laced throughout this communication, perhaps designed to camouflage this administration's incompetence. But you know what? It saddens me that the window may be closing. There are storm clouds ahead in the global economy. Central Bank, only today, says inflation could persist, and he made reference to the cost of electricity. The U.S. economic slowdown is becoming more a probability. The trade war between the U.S. and China will likely contribute to that slowdown and increase the cost of consumer goods for us in the Bahamas. And in the face of these clear and present challenges, what do we get? A budget and a minister who rearranges the furniture whilst the house is flooding. Here we go again. What's really startling about this budget communication is that one can hardly tell where politics ends and real communication begins. But I'm no longer surprised. I would, though, like to commend the professionals of the Ministry of Finance for the work they do. There are many good people in the public service, and they often get lumped in with the bad apples, and they sometimes take the blunt of criticisms that's designed to be held in the laps of the minister. But I dismiss the notion of those in the public service that they're not on top of their game, as I truly recognize their contribution to nation building, and I thank them. When the minister delivered his first budget communication, I said it was the wrong speech at the wrong time. The wrong speech at the wrong time. And here we go again. For instance, the government, up to the end of March, has borrowed in excess of $2.5 billion, whether for refinancing or whatever it was for. Borrowing is borrowing. No matter how many times the minister tried to stand on his feet to object and to claim that people are misleading this House, what is misleading is that in light of all this borrowing, the government only had one single paragraph on the debt on page 16 of the budget communication. And the minister did not highlight that this government, up to the end of March, has borrowed $2.5 billion. And this minister, I said $2.5 billion.
Wow.
$2.5 billion.
Wow.
Page 9 of the estimates.
Go back to what you said, though. Don't try to take
The minister also did not say in his communication, all 5 hours, that the debt to GDP ratio has increased between the end of 2016-2017 and the end of this budget period.
That's transparency now.
Where's the transparency?
Yeah.
Where's it?
Where's the transparency?
They mentioned that.
Again.
Where's the transparency?
Yes. Yes, sir.
This minister stands in his soapbox for 5 hours talking about transparency and accountability. Yet he doesn't tell the Bahamian people that this government has borrowed $2.5 billion.
The member for East Grand Bahama on a point of order.
The member,
Just $1 billion is yours.
Mr. Speaker, the member for Exuma is in his exuberance. He is misleading this House and the Bahamian people. He said it in his initial comment with respect to the $2.8 billion that he claims was borrowed. All right? That parts of it, most of it as a matter of fact, was for the refinancing of existing debt, which is debt that his administration would have accumulated. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, more importantly,
Just a moment.
more importantly, Mr. Speaker, the member, hold on, I'm speaking, hold on. I got a point of order. I'm on my point of order. Mr. Speaker.
You're running out.
Mr. Speaker, I think I'm recognized. I think I'm recognized. Mr. Speaker, the more important point is, the member would know that by definition, if you have a deficit in your spending, obviously it's going to increase the debt. What do you think happens? If you have a loan, Mr. Speaker, you earn X and you spend more than X, how is that going to bring down the debt? Just think about that for a minute.
Right.
You're going to add to the debt. But the important point is, Mr. Speaker,
Thank you,
that
Honorable.
the rate of growth of that debt has slowed considerably, Mr. Speaker. That's the important point.
Thank you.
The bottom line, Mr. Speaker, the minister stands condemned by his explanation.
Yes.
He makes my point.
Which page? Go to the page.
Where's the transparency?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, it's rhetorical. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable members.
I've heard it for 5 hours, Mr. Speaker. I don't wish for
Honorable members.
explanation from the minister.
Honorable members, are you on a point of order?
Unlike you, I don't do that.
No, sir. You know better. It's nonsense.
5 hours, Mr. Speaker.
5 hours. And he
5 hours.
mentioned it.
He mentioned the pens, the crayons.
Yes, the crayons.
He mentioned the small refrigerator and the small stove and the ruler. And all of his colleagues banged on the table, Mr. Speaker. What I'm saying is, be accountable. Be transparent to the Bahamian people. It's your soapbox.
That's right.
Many times, over and over. Transparency this, transparency, accountability. 5 hours, Mr. Speaker. Didn't tell the Bahamian people once that this government has borrowed $2.5 billion. Didn't tell the Bahamian people once, not once, that the debt to GDP ratio has gone up.
Oh, no. Over 4 points. Over 4 points. New era. New era of accounting. New era of accounting.
So much for transparency. So much for transparency, Kalani. So much for transparency, Kalani.
We voted against the budget.
In my opinion, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
We voted against it last week.
we have a Minister of Finance.
You the one who omitted. You
We have a Minister of Finance, Mr. Speaker.
omitted. You omitted.
Mr. Speaker,
You omitted.
Mr. Speaker, we have a Minister of Finance appointed by the member for Kalani who has a bad habit of speaking down to people. Very condescending.
Listening now.
He says, as an expert in the field of finance, he purports that he has more experience than any other Minister of Finance in the past.
He's doing well.
He's better than everybody. Yes, he's the best.
When he talks, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable member, the member for, the chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, the member suggests that I have somewhere, somehow suggested that I am the best Minister of Finance ever. Never. Never. Never, Mr. Speaker. While I am confident in what I do, I have never sought to deride, take away from the qualifications of any minister. That's not true. That is not true. I might say that their job, I could have done a better job, or somebody could have done a better job. But I've never said anything about anybody's qualifications because I know what I am. The Minister of State of Finance before me was a certified financial analyst. Now, the one before that was an economist, Mr. Speaker. So he shouldn't be in here trying to cast those kind of divisions between us. The Ministry of Finance is a difficult job. I respect them all. It is a difficult job.
Honorable
So
member.
don't try that.
You wind up if you have that sentiment.
Mr. Speaker,
I get the communication.
Mr. Speaker,
You said it over and over.
this Minister of Finance,
I just looked at it last night.
appointed by the member for Kalani,
I looked at it last night.
has a bad habit of talking down to people.
Stop it.
You've been giving me advice all day. Here's a piece for you.
Stop it now.
In a condescending way,
Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
The condescension.
And when he talks about the budget, he acts as if he is the only Minister of Finance in the history of the modern Bahamas who has any sense, who knows what he's doing. He belittles, Mr. Speaker, icons in finance, Mr. Speaker, and their contributions. Like James Smith, like your very own Sir William Allen,
Yes.
Mr. Speaker,
Adriana.
like Michael Arkitis,
Adriana.
CFA, and many, many others. Many others. Legendary financial experts in the field, Mr. Speaker. He does it in the House,
There's always room for more.
and he does it in newspaper articles, Mr. Speaker.
Longest serving.
And though the suggestion that before he came, as he did on page 5 again, in his budget communication, he said that before he came, things were wildly, he said, out of control. However, Mr. Speaker, I recall budgets, Mr. Speaker, where deficits were lower, but for hurricanes. I recall budgets where deficits were lower, period. Lower expenditure on much more expansive capital works programs where revenue projections were often met and sometimes exceeded. Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear, Mr. Speaker. I mentioned luminaries in the financial world who this minister seek to belittle their work. Mr. Speaker, I am being reminded, Mr. Speaker, I am being reminded that there were many other legendary nation builders who may not have been experts in the field of finance, but they just knew what they were doing.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, we got to give them credit too.
Yes.
The Honorable Lady Hannah,
Longest serving.
the longest serving Minister of Finance. The longest serving Minister of Finance.
Our family.
Your former Prime Minister. He had his issues in this space,
Go ahead.
but he also served as Minister of Finance.
Y'all love him now.
Hubert Ingram is his name. You remember him?
Love him now.
You remember him?
Love him now.
You remember him? And then there's Perry Gladstone Christie.
Yes. Yes.
And you talk about giving credit to people who serve diligently and not belittling the work of people who give national service. Let's give credit to these gentlemen who served before.
Not all about
And on their behalf, thank you.
Yes.
On their behalf. Mr. Speaker, the country has never defaulted on its debt, and it never should. Mr. Speaker,
Rolling at the convention, you know.
the Bahamas has never lost its dollar parity.
every day the convention too.
Tell Peter don't stop this now.
Mr. Speaker, the Bahamas has grown economically, though not fast enough in my opinion. All before this current Minister of Finance came into office. All before he arrived. These things happened, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
And I suspect, Mr. Speaker, that we'll be just fine when he's no longer Minister of Finance. After the next election, Mr. Speaker. Time is indeed longer than rope, Mr. Speaker. We have a Minister of Finance who talks about new tax categories. And his colleagues. But what he didn't dissect for you is the increases in taxes within the existing categories. No new tax categories. That's cute. It's very cute. But where is the transparency, Mr. Speaker? I note that this government went to great pain to say it wants to increase the ease of doing business. But the Easy Doing Business Committee, in yesterday's Guardian, is saying how very disappointed they are in this government because they didn't do nearly enough. The government says it wants to build a 21st century infrastructure as a new foundation for growth. I honestly don't see where this is being done or how it's being reflected in this budget. I trust we don't mean the road paving the Prime Minister announced in his national address. I don't think that's going to cut it. The government says it will invest in education to break the cycle of poverty. And I'm not saying that's not being attempted to be done, but I don't see it laid out where meaningful steps are being made in this regard. The minister went to great pains today to talk about the abandonment of the RISE program. I wish the member for Engliston was here to hear this. He was talking about the abandonment of the RISE program and how there was some reallocation. When we look at the estimates for social services, urban renewal, and the Department of Social Services, and we add it all up, and we compare it, we find that this budget cuts the overall budget for this ministry and this department by almost $1.3 million. So no amount of gyrations, Mr. Speaker. No amount of gyrations is going to explain this.
It's on a point of order.
No gyrating.
The chair recognizes the honorable member
You
for
can deal with it.
East
Mr.
Grand
Speaker,
Bahama.
the Minister of National Security, of Social Services says he'll deal with it. But I just want the public to know that it's a mistruth. It is not true. It's untrue.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I invite, and if I may have a few minutes, to address this, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, he has accused me. He's accused me of an untruth, Mr. Speaker.
He got to defend himself.
I urge this minister to familiarize himself with his own estimates.
Go and study your numbers.
I invite this minister
Go to page.
to go to page 134 of page 245. And I want him, Mr. Speaker, if he will indulge me, to go to the very bottom line. And I invite him to compare his budget for 2018, 2019. Mr. Speaker, my time is running. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I've been accused. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, respectfully,
Honorable member,
respectfully,
the chair has not made an issue.
no, respectfully, Mr. Speaker, respectfully. This minister has accused me of an untruth. And I'd like some leeway in responding to that, Mr. Speaker, if it pleases you. If it pleases you, Mr. Speaker. I invite this minister to go to the last line on page 134 in his estimates, his book. And when he compares, if he will, the budget, the approved estimates, 2018, 2019 versus 2019, 2020, the budget for the upcoming year is cut by $600,000 compared to the budget for last year, Mr. Speaker. And then, Mr. Speaker, I encourage the minister to, I think I've made the point, Mr. Speaker. I think I made the point.
That should be struck from the record.
I will conclude that point by encouraging the Minister of Finance
To read his own document.
to familiarize himself with a lot of hard work gone into this by the people at the Ministry of Finance, you know. The one thing I would say about this budget, the hard-working staff of the Ministry of Finance clearly would have gone through a significant level of work. A significant level of work, Mr. Speaker, to put this all together. The least the minister could do, Mr. Speaker, is familiarize himself with it. He should read it, Mr. Speaker. He should read it.
The second time or third time he read the budget.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the government says he wants to invest in renewable energy. I won't expand on that. I believe the Honorable Minister of Works hopefully will shed some light on this, I hope. But renewable energy. This government seems not to know where it's coming or going. They talk about this renewable energy plunge and Mr. Speaker, Ragged Island, 2 years later, still waiting for his green city, Mr. Speaker. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, the government doesn't plan to get serious about renewables in the Family Islands, the most practical place to start, Mr. Speaker, because 170 million in my estimation, Mr. Speaker, simply won't cut it. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, again in relation to the Small Business Development Center. Mr. Speaker, I support this program without hesitation. Mr. Speaker, I believe it's a step in the right direction to transforming the impact of small business development, but not enough, in our country. And for this, I'd like to thank the Honorable Michael Arquidez for his vision and his foresight. And I'd like to thank the current minister for not stopping or reviewing or abandoning this program, Mr. Speaker.
You coming back to your job?
Mr. Speaker, it's not as well resourced as it could be, Mr. Speaker. The impact in the overall economy in the short term can be more, Mr. Speaker. But I do applaud the successes. Amongst the persons benefiting, Mr. Speaker,
At least the money was there.
is Kaniqua Burrows. Kaniqua Burrows, Mr. Speaker, of Exuma, a passionate educator and a former teacher of the year at Ellen Coakley High School. You know her. She stepped out on faith to open the Exuma Christian Academy. Kaniqua was intent on blazing new trails in education, a very difficult space. I have no doubt, Mr. Speaker, that she will do well. And I offer best wishes to her. I offer my full support as I've demonstrated in the past. I believe, though, Mr. Speaker, there are more Kaniquas out there. However, the $25 million allocated over 5 years by this administration, in my view, it's not enough. A PLP administration will dedicate at least $250 million over 5 years to the development of small and medium-sized businesses in his next term in office. That's how serious we take this sector. That's how serious we take this sector. We mean business. This is serious business. We understand. We understand.
10 times as much.
We understand that it is the driver of economic growth and empowerment. It is the driver of job creation. So why wouldn't we do it? I also believe, Mr. Speaker, that the F&M should commit to listing in full the grants and the funding made available through the SPDC. There was a list of the loans. There was a list of the loans, but there were no lists of the grants. After all, this is the government transparency, and we want to know who this government granting money to, Mr. Speaker. It's as simple as that. We want to know who this government is granting money to. So produce the list. In relation to infrastructure, the government says it wants to build a 21st century infrastructure as a new foundation. I honestly don't see how. I honestly don't see the commitment to doing so, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this government, this F&M government, this administration has been dithering. It's been fiddling as opposed to being focused. What the F&M has done a great deal of dithering and fiddling. For example, the F&M stopped and canceled and review 2.0 lead to at least 15-month delay. Mr. Speaker, the delays at BPL contributed to at least a 15-month delay, and what I am told would average cost the Bahamian people $10 million per month. But I know the good minister will speak to that, so I won't belabor the point. But what I'm saying, I made 2 points today. The rate reduction loans can cause the electricity to go up, and I'm saying today there's $10 million extra per month going on that ought not to have been going on, and it needs to be addressed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I skipped a few pages on BPL. I'm sure that the shadow minister and the leader of the opposition will deal with BPL issues, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the F&M dithering led to disruption of the post office opening ending in a windfall to a minister and an eyesore on a heavily trafficked highway. The F&M's dithering and fiddling has led to delay in completion of a baseball stadium, meaning millions of dollars in cost overruns. The F&M's dithering and fiddling has led to increased interest due to a failure to pay legitimate debts on time. And yeah, I hear the minister talking about old bills. The F&M's dithering and witch hunts has led to millions of dollars in so-called forensic audits, many of which we've gotten no reports. Of course, this supposed transparent government won't reveal even the cost of these audits. Where is the transparency? So much talk about old bills, still finding bills, the minister says, under every nook and cranny, he says. This after borrowing billions of dollars. This is after increasing taxes massively. What I find interesting, though, is that he has not disputed these bills that he has included in previous budgets. By not paying them, Mr. Speaker, I do not find, Mr. Speaker, the moral authority for not paying them, Mr. Speaker, for having not paid them, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this minister accepted the concept of continuous government. So where is the morality in still having not paid the bills that he claimed were there 2 years ago, Mr. Speaker? This administration is to be condemned for having not paid these bills, Mr. Speaker. Should they not be paying these on a voice-in, voice-out basis, Mr. Speaker? I don't quite comprehend where the morality in all of this is, Mr. Speaker. Let me repeat the context of this point. This minister, after borrowing billions, after increasing taxes massively, he still hasn't paid the people, Mr. Speaker. He still hasn't paid the people. Pay the people, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama on the point of order.
The member's on a roll and all of that, right? But he should again tell the truth, right? We paid $127 million up until the end of April on $172 million that we promised the Bahamian people we would pay. We are on the path to paying those bills. The minister, the member is well aware that you cannot find that kind of cash just to pay. So you have a plan, a payment plan, if you want to call it that, a slow 50, right? That you pay it off on time. That's what we do. And these bills are not new bills. These weren't just didn't come up. These are bills that go back years, Mr. Speaker, years. That their administration did nothing with. We're at least addressing it, and with a dedicated plan.
Please. Mr. Speaker, the member is now approaching 6 hours of talk time, Mr. Speaker. 6 hours, Mr. Speaker. 6 hours, Mr. Speaker. I have not dissected the expenditure numbers as yet. And time may not allow me, Mr. Speaker. But here's what I will say. On the revenue side, I projected that because of the shortfalls that's imminent, in my opinion, this deficit is going to be in the region of $400 million based on revenue shortfalls alone. Now let me speak to the expense side. So I don't want to shortchange this deficit. Mr. Speaker, there are contractors and vendors and mailboat operators. Mr. Speaker, lunch vendors, Mr. Speaker, lunch vendors who have not been paid. So, Mr. Speaker,
The chair recognizes the honorable member for South Beach on a point of order.
I just wish the honorable member of Exuma who remains my hero, Mr. Speaker, despite this rhetoric, to kindly assist the Ministry of Education in providing names of those who have not been paid.
Speaker, I will do so. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Education, the member for South Beach, has been very responsive, Mr. Speaker, on various issues. And therefore, I will gladly provide him with the details. Mr. Speaker, the point I was making, though, is that when we tally these expenses, when we tally expenses in October and November, because we comparing like with like, you know how we do it? Compare like with like, we will understand the true nature of the amount of expenses. And it is my view, Mr. Speaker, it's my view that this 229 million, Mr. Speaker, as I Googled, Mr. Speaker, I love Google. Mr. Speaker, as I Googled, the minister who was the shadow minister of finance referred to something, he said, it's like pigs flying. I thought that was cute. Mr. Speaker, with his permission, I'd like to borrow that line. Mr. Speaker, the minister's $229 million deficit is like pigs flying, Mr. Speaker. When we factor in the revenue shortfalls, when we factor in, Mr. Speaker, when we factor in the real expense numbers, October, November, Mr. Speaker, this 229 million will be like pigs flying. Mr. Speaker, in relation to BTC, this is important because you've condemned your Prime Minister. You've condemned your Prime Minister. This is important. You want to hear this because you condemned your Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, in relation to BTC. In relation to BTC, let me explain. In relation to BTC. Perhaps I'm reading it incorrectly. But this government's approach to the BTC pension liability seems to be an admission that the BTC deal was a bad one. It is. But this was an F&M deal, remember? In the last F&M government. The current Prime Minister, the member for Kalani, sat in that cabinet that approved this bad deal. Can we finally admit that the F&M effectively gave BTC a sweetheart deal for $210 million, and now they're sending some money back. They're sending some money back, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Finance, I misspoke, Mr. Speaker, Cable and Wireless. I misspoke. The Cable and Wireless deal. The Minister of Finance is effectively condemning the Prime Minister who sat in the cabinet and was a party to that bad deal. I do thank the Minister of Finance for this, for validating the point that the PLP has been making all along. Further, Mr. Speaker, the liability continues to grow every day. The pension issue is not addressed. It grows exponentially. And Mr. Speaker, here's the point. And I believe the minister conceded this point, but it bears repeating. Here's the point. Without a definitive, comprehensive strategy, this will be an ongoing problem for the government of the Bahamas that might see the return of the $210 million that Cable and Wireless paid. How entirely sad is this? How entirely sad, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, in relation to the real estate tax changes, Mr. Speaker, in relation to the real estate tax changes, I invite the Honorable Minister to broaden his scope of consultation. Because I am advised, Mr. Speaker, that many developers and people in this industry who understand how this works very well, how it impacts their lives, how it impacts their businesses, their ability to grow and employ people, have not been consulted, Mr. Speaker. There appears to have been no broad consultation. I've spoken to several realtors who said they had no idea these changes were coming in relation to real estate taxes, etc. Speaker, I just, it wasn't.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for East Grand Bahama on a point of order.
So I don't know who the member would have spoken to, but I had in consultations with the president and the vice president of the Bahamas Real Estate Association, along with some other members. So I don't know who he is speaking about. Real Estate Association. So they were definitely there, and they gave their input. So I don't know who he would have spoken to, but I want to put that on the record for clarity.
Mr. Speaker, I was hopeful when the minister said at the beginning of his presentation that he consulted widely. So I was disappointed in hearing this, and therefore I'm grateful that the minister is now explained, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's something very curious about this ability to transfer land without incurring stamp tax, Mr. Speaker. There's something curious about it. And Mr. Speaker, it seems like something that the poor won't, or the middle class, or regular working people wouldn't necessarily benefit from in any meaningful way, Mr. Speaker.
So they can, right?
I see where he's going, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, but, you know, it makes me wonder, after all that I've said so far, whether this government is once again catering to special interests, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it bothers me. It bothers me, Mr. Speaker. In relation to Grand Lucaya, Mr. Speaker, in relation to Grand Lucaya, in relation, Mr. Speaker, Bahamian people don't trust this FDM administration anymore. They don't trust this FDM administration anymore. So, Mr. Speaker, even when, Mr. Speaker, even when the government try to explain that they're doing some good for the people see special interest, Mr. Speaker. That's what the people see. I'm here to speak on behalf of the people, Mr. Speaker. And now let me speak in relation to Grand Lucaya. I know there's nothing substantive in the budget communication on Grand Lucaya. I'm not sure the minister said anything about it today either. I know this administration was hoping that we would all forget about this perhaps, but that's not going to happen. The government is still in a state of delusion and booking this investment, as I said before, they're booking it as an investment, Mr. Speaker, the full amount. We paid out cash. We incurred debt through a mortgage with Hutchinson to essentially nationalize a hotel that's losing money that we acquired, I am told, for significantly more than the appraised value, Mr. Speaker. And any junior accountant will tell you, Mr. Speaker, that if you buy something for $65 million and it's only worth $50 million, just an example, the $15 million is an expense. And it affects your bottom line. It affects your deficit, Mr. Speaker. And if you're losing money and you keep pumping money in, it's an expense that impacts your bottom line, Mr. Speaker. The minister understands this. He understands this full well, Mr. Speaker. The sale is nowhere near imminent, as far as I know, and will not be complete by the end of this fiscal year. Much of it is an expense, plain and simple. Back to that pig-flying deficit of $229 million, Mr. Speaker. As are the funds associated with running this hotel, Mr. Speaker, it all adds up as an expense. Mr. Speaker, the tax breaks are massive, Mr. Speaker. I note that the Minister of Finance touted certain tax breaks in his budget communication, and I can't help but talk about them once more. I regard some of these, Mr. Speaker, as window dressing, gimmicks, designated to distract from the pain of carrying on the massive VAT hike. I hope the Minister of Health will inform the Minister of Finance that the people cannot eat pens, crayons, pencils, rulers, and construction paper. I trust that he will, Mr. Speaker. This is a Crayola budget, Mr. Speaker. That's what this is. And that's fine if you want to save parents 50 cents on a box of crayon. You want to save parents 50 cents on a box of crayon. But how about taking the pressure of them with regard to their light bill, the thousands whose light bills are? Is this Crayola budget? The smaller refrigerators and stoves are now reduced, Mr. Speaker, in this Crayola budget. Well, you're rich, F&M friends, don't buy these things, certainly not in any measurable quantities. And the people who live in spaces where these small refrigerators can fit struggle to afford them, Mr. Speaker. As I said, Mr. Speaker, gimmicks in this Crayola budget, Mr. Speaker. Now taking duty of musical instruments, taking duty. East Grand Bahama. I found something good. I found something good in this budget, East Grand Bahama. Taking duty of musical equipment and commercial trailers is something I applaud. Yeah. Yeah, you did that too. Read your book, man. Read your book. Read your book. Read your book. Yeah, read your. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes. Now. Yes. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. I take the point. Trailers for commercial fishermen. Trailers for commercial fishermen. Again. But I said that was good. Mr. Speaker. Banning plastics and styrofoams, Mr. Speaker. I have no fundamental issue with it, Mr. Speaker. But on my way back to Parliament after lunch, Mr. Speaker, and I want the Minister to head us. I want the Minister for the Environment, who I know is watching this on the Parliamentary channel, to head us. Yes. I received a call on the way back to Parliament today. Yes. From a young entrepreneur who operates in the plastics business.
What is that? Tell them what you said.
She hires almost 20 people.
Oh my God.
And she is distraught that in 6 months' time, 6 months' time,
Tell that free time.
6 months' time,
Yes.
she will be virtually out of business. She is further concerned, Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
that the replacement for the traditional products being used will increase the cost of living.
Oh.
Mr. Speaker, I just invite this administration to look carefully at these concerns. Mr. Speaker, this young entrepreneur doesn't necessarily find the banning of plastics offensive, you know. She recognizes that the world is going in that direction, but she also recognizes that there are some challenges with countries who've banned plastics, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
The Philippines, for example, have banned plastics, and they have made some efforts to reverse it because they experienced some challenges.
Yes.
My only suggestion to this government, Mr. Speaker, not just on the issue of putting people out of business, but give this some more time.
Yes.
Carefully consider what we are doing, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we are not harming the small man with unintended consequences. Fundamentally, though, Mr. Speaker, styrofoams and plastics, again, I trust, Mr. Speaker, with the increase in the level of cancers and exomas and across the Bahamas, I trust that there will be some studies going on in this area. I hope the Minister of Health and the Minister of Environment can speak to these issues. And don't say I never said anything nice about your Crayola budget, because, Mr. Speaker, I could get with some of these kinds of initiatives. For the Spirits and Beer Amendment, however, it's a curious one.
Okay, this one, okay.
It's a curious one.
Analyze this one.
It's for microbreweries.
That shares in the-
Microbreweries. That's cute. Microbreweries. I would like to know, before this debate is out, who will truly benefit from this?
that shares.
Will the minister responsible inform this House that this is not inspired by the world's of special interest? And then, there's the permanent exemption, Mr. Speaker, that I spoke of earlier, so I won't speak to that. But Speaker, we have duty reductions on new cars from 65 to 45. Mr. Speaker, I spoke to that earlier. And again, I am very concerned as to the influence on this budget, Mr. Speaker, by special interests. It's a budget for special interests, Mr. Speaker. Special interests, Mr. Speaker. Special interests. That's what this budget is about, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in relation to Exuma, Mr. Speaker. In relation to Exuma, it has been well established that the people of Exuma are proud people. Mr. Speaker, we don't beg. We don't beg. And we don't like handouts, Mr. Speaker. We like to earn our keep. But we do expect fairness, Mr. Speaker. We want to receive basic fairness. And Mr. Speaker, I almost fell off my chair, Mr. Speaker, when I read in this budget that there are proposed cuts to the Exuma local government allocation by 33%. 33%. The member for Southern Shores, who was the minister at the time, assured the people of Exuma that this administration believed in fairness. Exuma was generating great amounts to the Treasury, and Exuma should have a percentage of what they bring in.
God knows could never let that happen.
But they reduced the allocation. They reduced the allocation.
Look in the book and talk for this.
They reduced the allocation
Talk about it in the book, man.
from 530,000,
Show that in the book.
530,000
Show it in the
to
book.
360,000. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I invite the Minister of Finance to familiarize himself with the estimates in Annex 7. If he goes down to line 151,
Yes,
he will see on page 230,
230.
he will see that for Exuma,
Yes,
it was 530,000 for 2018, 2019,
let God be great. I mean,
and for the year 2019, 2020, it's 360,000.
let Ezra, I mean, that back in
I
Black
wanted
Point.
Exuma here and that today.
Mr.
Ezra,
Speaker,
that in Black Point. Him and
Not
Henry Rule.
victimizing Exuma, man.
Mr. Speaker,
That Penelope great, I mean, and Stanley Key.
the minister says he was not aware of this, Mr. Speaker,
Victimizing.
and I trust it's a mistake. But it's in the estimates. And this is disgraceful, Mr. Speaker. This is disgraceful. It's disgraceful, Mr. Speaker. It's disgraceful. Local government, I believe, Mr. Speaker, has made a pitch for $1 million, and they made it for good reason, Mr. Speaker. I'm talking about mainland Exuma. Mr. Speaker, I'm talking about mainland Exuma. I directed the minister to line 151. He knows very well what I'm saying. He saw the number. It's 530 last year. It's 360. The numbers, these are not your numbers, Mr. Speaker. These are his numbers.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Connemara
numbers, man.
on a point of order.
We will go head to head on these numbers during the appropriate stage.
Yeah.
But I just want to encourage the member to look at the number that was the amount that was spent for the year, and that would give him a reference point as to why the number is what it is.
Mr. Speaker, this is disgraceful. Mr. Speaker, I'm talking about mainland Exuma, growing rapidly, and the Keys, also true for the Keys, in terms of the economy and its population. Great Exuma alone, Mr. Speaker, is 44 miles. The Central Bank noted in its February data that the number of room nights sold in Exuma grew by 46% compared to just under 22% for New Providence. Also, the total number of room nights sold for the year increased in Exuma by 55.9% compared to the previous year. Why then would you cut the local government budget for mainland Exuma? Why?
Shame.
This is simply foolish, Mr. Speaker. We should be investing in the revenue-generating sector of our economy. Exuma is bringing revenues. Why not invest, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I sincerely hope this is. I hope this is a mistake, Mr. Speaker. But this is the only line. This is the only line that's changed, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, again, I am doubtful, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, they've cut the allocation by 25%. I think it's wicked. I think it's a spiteful act by this government. And I assured him that there will be hell to pay for it, Mr. Speaker. And I can't imagine, Mr. Speaker, why this administration, why would you want to undermine the credibility of the people who volunteer to serve? Why? Except to score cheap political points, Mr. Speaker, at the expense of the people. At the expense of the people who pay taxes, Mr. Speaker. This ain't your money, you know. It's not your money. It's the people's money.
Honorable member for Exuma, the member for East Grand Bahama.
I think the member may be being a little premature. I do recognize that there is a budget reduction in the budgeted amount. As I've said before, you ought to look at the amount of money that was actually spent in the district, which I believe is instructive.
That's nonsense.
But I would ask him to allow me to have a talk with the budget team about that particular number.
Mr. Speaker,
With that particular number.
Mr. Speaker, I accept the minister's undertaking.
Because one thing that this government and this minister does not do is discriminate or play petty politics with people. And so if it is a mistake, we'll have to address it. But I suspect, Mr. Speaker, that there was probably an over-budgeting in the previous year, and we're now adjusting it to the reality. Okay? Again, if the expenditure, the actual expenditure,
Honorable member,
had exceeded,
trying to give you an explanation that could assist you.
Yeah, if it had exceeded the amount that we had budgeted, then he would have a legitimate point. But I'm fairly confident that we are budgeting according to the amount that is actually allocated to that district.
Mr. Speaker,
Thank you, Honorable member.
Respectfully, Mr. Speaker, I will allow the minister to look into the matter and to find out the real answer, Mr. Speaker, because the answer that he's given is not acceptable to me, and it's not acceptable to the Bahamian people. It's not acceptable to the people of Exuma, Mr. Speaker, and therefore I will accept his undertaking to look into this matter, Mr. Speaker. I'll accept that, Mr. Speaker, and no doubt we will continue the discussion. But I assure you, Mr. Speaker, the professionals of local government in Exuma and the people of Exuma are not pleased with what the minister describes as maybe a sleight of hand, Mr. Speaker. Speaker.
Honorable member. The chair recognizes honorable member.
Please, I'm going to ask him respectfully to withdraw that.
Speaker, I withdraw the point. And I move on. I accept his undertaking to look into the matter. I do not accept his current explanation. But the minister, I'm grateful that he's taken it on to look into it. Mr. Speaker, I will return to this issue, no doubt, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, the public has lost hope in this epidemic government. The public has lost hope in this government. The public has lost hope, Mr. Speaker. What is telling about this budget is that in terms of the general public, there's been very little discussion about it, Mr. Speaker. People have tuned this administration out. We talk about it in this place, and it indeed is important, but the people no longer care what this government says, Mr. Speaker. This is because the F&M and the Minister of Finance have failed to connect this budget to everyday people's lives. People no longer view the F&M as a factor in bettering the life of Bahamians. They now view the government as covetous of their money and blindly devoted to having clean books and numbers, but dismissive of the need to foster an environment of prosperity. Because of this government's assault on the people, most who work very hard for a living don't expect anything but inconvenience and hardship, Mr. Speaker. This uncaring F&M administration has put the numbers before the people. And the people have come to believe that the politicians care more about the affairs of government, the ability to borrow at better terms and decrease deficit, than the very lives of the people. What about the people? Are reduced debt and moving away from deficit spending and paying less in debt servicing important? Yes, of course. They're important, absolutely. But with these past 3 budgets, the government has failed to resonate and speak to the needs of the Bahamian people. Because when it speaks, it only speaks about itself. The minister talks about how well the government has done for itself. Yeah, how great thou art. But it has done it at the expense of the people. The minister has failed to connect the affairs of government to economic growth for Bahamians. This is because the truth is, the F&M is doing the opposite with its practices. Its policies are harmful. It is, in fact, hindering economic growth. Government should never place...
Honorable member, the chair recognizes the member for Eastern Bahama on a point of order.
Again, Mr. Speaker, the member is misleading. He may want to make a point, but he cannot make a point to say that this government has not looked out for the people, or that the policies of this government has not helped the development of the economy. As I mentioned earlier this morning, 3,700, in excess of 3,700 businesses have been licensed, Mr. Speaker, which translates to people, Mr. Speaker, making money and employing people, Mr. Speaker, economic activity that did not exist before, Mr. Speaker. The economy itself grew 1.6%, Mr. Speaker. That means people, services, goods are being transacted. It means people are making money, Mr. Speaker. I know the member knows better than that.
Mr. Speaker, my stopwatch says that the minister talked now for 6 hours and 10 minutes, Mr. Speaker. 6 hours, 10 minutes. And I submit, Mr. Speaker, that his policies, in my opinion, are hindering economic growth. And nothing that he says, if he speaks for another 6 hours, can change that opinion. Because I have done my assessments, and that's what I have determined. Government should never place its own welfare above that of the people who fund it, whom it exists to serve. This is a cardinal sin. It's an affront to democracy. A budget communication, particularly one that takes more than 3 hours, should do much more than lay out the numbers. It should chart a path forward for the people. What about the people? Hidden in the figures in context is context that a minister should be able to communicate what's in it for the people, and he has failed to do so, Mr. Speaker. A government should not cause its people unnecessary pain, and this budget, over the past several years, this administration has caused pain on the Bahamian people. That's what this government's done. It has pulled money out of the economy for its own selfish reasons. The government's now, in essence, competing with the private sector for Bahamian disposable income. That's what they're doing. The minister referred to this as extortion when he talked about VAT a couple of years ago. And the Prime Minister, member for Kalani, referred to it as the lazy way out, he said. Bahamian people will never forget that. You hurt the Bahamian people with this approach. It is startling that you can't see it. The missed targets, the lack of robust economic growth, the inability to make any meaningful impact on unemployment. Unemployment's up. You make an impact. The economy is growing. Growing for who? Unemployment is up. You had 1.6% growth. I accept that. There's no need for me to dispute that. You projected 2.5. You had a perfect set of scenarios, and you've squandered it. That's what you've done. You've squandered a perfect set of scenarios. You've squandered the goodwill of the Bahamian people. You've squandered the goodwill of this economy, Mr. Speaker, and that's why you're underperforming. A PLP government will ensure, Mr. Speaker, the PLP government will ensure, Mr. Speaker, that the people feels the budget. The PLP government will ensure that there is more money in more pockets. But you've only made things worse. To pay off the bills incurred by the PLP, you say, what a petty and a vindictive reason to put your Bahamian people through so much pain. You put your politics before people, Mr. Speaker. And I doubt very much they will forget it. What would have been appreciated by Bahamians would have been some sort of vision for opening up our economy. But it's expected that this administration will wash its hands off any responsibility to foster sound economic growth and environment. I would have liked, Mr. Speaker, I would have liked to have the government moving forward on legislation to decriminalize small quantities of marijuana and legalize medicinal cannabis. Let's focus on the latter. The latter will harness new industries, create jobs and opportunities, while we dither and we fiddle. I would have been interested to hear a real plan for BAMSI to reduce our dependence on foreign foods and get more Bahamians into local organic farming. I would have liked to have heard a real push towards reducing energy costs. Make no mistake, no one is fooled by what I believe is clear gambit for the special interest to take out claims for energy production and distribution in this country. Mr. Speaker, we need to hear more. Perhaps we could have heard of broader investments in national insurance for the construction of preschools and daycare centers so that more women who had recently given birth could re-enter the workforce. I know you're bankrupt of new ideas. I know. I'm telling you now that this thing you call terra firma, you heard about terra firma? I heard about terra firma. This thing you call terra firma, or whatever you choose to call it, irrespective of the fact that you're bankrupt of new ideas, this ain't gonna cut it. This is a non-starter. And the day this administration believes that the Bahamian people will allow you to transfer government-owned buildings owned by the Bahamian people to some company that will benefit special interests, that will be held to pay in this country, be warned. Be warned. I know you're bankrupt with new ideas, but don't come with this one. Don't come with this one. For the love of country. It would have been nice to hear about a broad investment in public transport for New Providence, but alas, we didn't hear that. What I see is a budget that has little to do with people and more to do with international agencies. The Minister of Finance claims that no international agencies dictate to the government of the Bahamas. I respect that. Though I fail to understand the difference when the result is the same. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, does the IMF or the Minister of Finance, for that matter, understand that for many Bahamians, we saw ourselves surpass our parents in education, in home ownership, in business ownership, in investment and achievement? However, Mr. Speaker, this generation is hurting, Mr. Speaker. This generation that we see before us in the aftermath of the Great Recession is faced with the prospects of achieving less than the generation before, Mr. Speaker. And that concerns me, Mr. Speaker. I see that the Minister of Education agreed with the University of the Bahamas study that said our men who are in prison for violent crime are disproportionately high school dropouts. I like that study. What are we doing about this? Why we come here and we laugh, we bang on the tables, That's a legitimate question. Will we continue to allow our boys to fail out of system at such an alarming rate? I would rather change the system in its entirety before we let that happen. Yet, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, they cut the budget for social services by 1.3 million. And Mr. Speaker, they cut the budget, these are your estimates, they cut the budget for youth, sports, and culture by $5.3 million, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the bottom line totals, Mr. Speaker. And I urge the minister to familiarize himself with this book, his very own estimates. So, we're cutting social services, we're cutting youth, sports, and culture. Yay! It's the people's time. Who is going to invest in the people? Who will fight for the people? Who? Who has negotiated for the people? You went into negotiation with special interests, clearly, and special interests won. Who is going to speak on behalf of the people? What about the people? Who's going to speak for the people? Where's the conscience in this F&M administration? Who is going to speak for the people, Mr. Speaker? Do we stand by while the dreams of those who come after us slip further and further because we're not focused on the people? Or do we get serious about impacting the lives of our people? Are we going to continue to make arrogant remarks about the Prime Minister governing for 10 years while his plans... Are we going to continue to do that while he plans his political future? What about the people? Are you going to plan his political future and squander the 5 years the people have given you to impact the lives of our people? What about the people? Or do we get desperate about the situation that exists today? What Bahamas will he, in his mind, govern for another 8 years? One where children continue to have little or no hope. One where parents in the Bahamas today decide between paying the mortgage, if they're lucky enough to get one, and putting food on the table. What Bahamas does this government want to leave in place? One in which it can brag about some checklist it completed, or one in which people see more opportunities. One in which it can brag about what they did for the powerful and the connected and the special interests. Someone, at some point, should wake up and focus on economic growth for the people. Growth for the people. Creating a more progressive and prosperous Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, a PLP government will build a nation that our children will be proud to inherit. Connecting all Bahamians, grounded in the wisdom of the past and harnessing the creativity of the present to develop a future where our youth can have aspirations to own our economy. Not only to have jobs, although jobs are important, but to own our economy and to own our new industries. Mr. Speaker, the people of Exuma and the people of Ragged Island, the long-suffering people of Ragged Island, are grateful for this opportunity that I've had to speak on behalf of the people. Someone
Yes.
has to speak
Yes.
for the people.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May God...
As many? The chair recognizes the honorable member for Fort Charlotte.
Thank you. I recognize the member for Fort Charlotte.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I just want to begin by saying what a show, Mr. Speaker. What a show. For a minute, I thought I was at a bad rendition of The King's, a comedy show there for a minute. And like the Energizer Bunny, it just kept on going on and on and on and on. I've never heard someone say so much and still at the same time say so little. But in all things, let's give thanks to God. As I begin to make my contribution to this year's budget communication, Mr. Speaker, I would like to do so by first giving honor and praise to God for his continuous grace and mercy and favor on my life. I would like to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for bringing me safely through 2018 to allow me to stand in this place to make one more contribution to a national budget debate. Additionally, I would also like to continue expressing my sincere gratitude to the wonderful people of the great constituency of Fort Charlotte, Mr. Speaker, on whose behalf I am here. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's been a bit of a struggle for me this year because, as many of you know, I lost the love of my life and my anchor this past December. And so much of this first part of 2019 year has really been about trying to adjust to my new life without my place to go to get away from the madness of this world. But in all things I give thanks, with the understanding that this too shall pass. I didn't think I would make it through this one, Mr. Speaker, but God is a good God. And there was a great deal of loss of loved ones in the Fort Charlotte constituency during 2018, Mr. Speaker. And to those families who lost loved ones, I express my sincere condolences to my brother, our brother, Vaughn Miller. My understanding that he also lost a brother recently, and to him I also express my sincere condolences as well. Just this past weekend, we laid to rest one of the last old gals in Chippenham, in the Chippenham area, Miss Flossie and Tiny Seymour, at 103. She is my grandmother, who also passed at 103 5 months ago, held up two ends of Smith Street. My grandmother on the western end of the corner, Miss Tiny on the eastern end. They'll be surely missed, those hedges of protection in our community. I'd like to pause to express my condolences to the family of Aunt Tiny, particularly to her daughter Doreen, Miss Doreen Marsh, who showed tremendous courage and grace in this her time of loss. May all their souls rest in peace. But I was the speaker, despite the losses, each morning when I leave my home in Chippenham and every evening when I return back home through the constituency, I'm always reminded of how blessed I am to be from Fort Charlotte 1, and how blessed I am to be afforded the opportunity to work at this level and bringing joy to the residents of an area that gave so much to me as a young boy growing up in my grandparents' home on the corner of Smith and Dunmore Avenue, Fifth Street and Dunmore Avenue. Constantly on my mind, Mr. Speaker, is this one hope, that I can serve them well and be a good representation of them in and out of this place and in everything I do. This journey with them continues to be a journey full of learning and growing process maturing, of facing challenges and fulfilling dreams, of leading and following, and more importantly, of inspiring and being inspired. And again, I am very grateful. In the past few months, nothing has brought me more joy, Mr. Speaker, than to see some of the initiatives that our team spoke of on the campaign trail come to life. The pleasure I get from seeing the joy on the faces of the kids when they, along with their parents, flock into the ice cream shop that is a part of our community center for their $1 or $2 scoop of ice cream and the cup on the cone. For seeing the excitement coming from the faces of the young people in the filmmaking course being offered at the center when they see their finished film projects come to life. For those in the introduction to screenwriting course that I teach, as they try to figure out what particular story of our Bahamian society that they would like to bring to life for the Bahamian public to see when they're done with the course. The appreciation from the men of our men's night league basketball team, who going into their second year are even more excited about representing the name of Fort Charlotte in the community and in the national sporting arena. Spending time with my seniors, especially my senior ladies, when we go out on our outings. This, for Mother's Day, we took over 100 of our seniors to see Dynamite Daisy's Mother's Day show. And they had an incredible time. I had an incredible time with them. Or even the movie nights that we have on the park with the kids each month. Nothing, Mr. Speaker, has brought me more joy working in the community than these things. And I look forward with great excitement to the 2019-20 fiscal year when I can continue to show my appreciation to my community, and in particular the young kids of my community, by bringing to them, among other things, revitalized and much improved park and playground spaces. I'd like to also express my gratitude to my team over the Bahamas Agricultural Health and Food Safety Authority of BASA for the yeoman's job that they are doing in keeping us safe, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my talented group of executives who have recently been appointed to lead the authority into the future. Our Executive Director, Mr. Christopher Warrell, is doing an incredible job. Our Director of Food Safety, Dr. Patricia Johnson, the Director of Animal Health, Dr. Maurice Isaacs, our Director of Plant Health, Ms. Yasmin Johnson, Mrs. Renee Mayer, our Board Secretary, the entire Board of Directors of BASA, and the Minister of Agriculture, a member from Marco City, and our Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Fedra Raming, and the whole team for the Ministry of Agriculture for all their hard work and dedication to ensuring that there is harmonization and a more efficient, effective, and coordinated administration of matters dealing with food, safety, and animal and plant health among public sector agencies whose responsibility it is at the end of the day to protect the Bahamian lives from disease-causing organisms in our food and from plant and animals that carry diseases. In recognizing them, Mr. Speaker, I would just like to encourage them to keep up the excellent work in moving this groundbreaking standard agency into the future. Now, additionally, Mr. Speaker, in a few weeks, our country will be celebrating its 46th year as an independent nation. And as chairman of our 46th celebration, I would like to say to the Bahamian public, get ready. We have an exciting calendar of events planned with 2 new events added to this year's celebration. The National Pride Folk Festival scheduled for Saturday, July 6th in the downtown area between Pompey and Marlborough Street, and a closeout concert scheduled for the night of July 10th on Clifford Park. I would like to thank our partners from Alive, Coca-Cola, Echo Water, Bahamas Air, The Point, and the Downtown Nassau Partnership for partnering with us to create a more memorable independence experience for the Bahamian public. Our chosen theme for this year's festival is United We Stand, Bahamas, Together We Can. And I would like to encourage the Bahamian public to show this spirit of unity and togetherness. You know, that ain't gonna happen now. It's gonna happen after this speech. This gonna happen after this speech. Yes, they are. As they start gearing up for an incredible independence celebration. The public can follow us on Facebook at Bahamas Independence Celebration, and I once again would like to thank my team on the Independence Planning Committee, particularly my right and my left hand, Mrs. Antoinette Brown and Mrs. Cheryl Darvel at the Cabinet Office. These two ladies, Mr. Speaker, carry a dray load of weight when it comes to national events planning, among other things, and I pray that the Cabinet gods that are listening, I pray that, don't get started, you had your 4 hours, and counting. I pray that the Cabinet gods, wherever they are, the sound of my voice, would bless them, would bless these two young ladies with some additional help to help them carry their load. Now, Mr. Speaker, it appears that we have a problem in this country, and people are becoming concerned. This problem is a lot bit different from the problem we faced last year. This problem, Mr. Speaker, has to do with credibility, trustworthiness, and the truth. The problem has to do with the distinction between words and action. The problem, when we consider it, Mr. Speaker, has a lot to do with character. Now, before I get to the crux of this problem, though, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to show you this. I'd like to show you this to all my learned friends. It's very interesting, yeah? This, Mr. Speaker, as we can see, is a picture of a mask. This mask, Mr. Speaker, is a theatrical mask from the 1st century BCE. And it's the mask of a hypocrite. The word hypocrite, Mr. Speaker, they are, and this is how I teach them. The word hypocrite, Mr. Speaker, ultimately came into English from the Greek word hypocrites. I'm going to bring this back. I'm not going to lose that. You're going to hold it for me? Hypocrites, which means an actor or stage player. The Greek word itself, it says, Mr. Speaker, is a compound noun. It's made up of two Greek words that literally translate to an interpreter from underneath. We have some students listening. This bizarre compound makes more sense when you know that the actors in ancient Greek theater wore large masks, Mr. Speaker, to carry to mark which character they were playing. And so they interpreted the story from underneath their mask. The Greek word took on an extended meaning to refer to any person who was wearing a figurative mask and pretending to be something or someone they were not. This sense was taken into medieval French and
then into English, where it showed up in its earlier spelling, hypocrite, the 13th century religious text that refers to someone who pretends to be morally good or pious in order to deceive others. The Bible is full of tales about hypocrites. And it offers us good advice about dealing with hypocrisy. One particular instance, all will remember, involves the story of the woman who had been caught in an act of adultery and was dragged before Jesus by a group of supposedly pious men while he was preaching in the temple. They put her in front of the crowd, Bible says, not in front of Jesus now, because you know the hypocrite, they won't bring you in front of the crowd. Yeah? They won't deal with you. This woman was caught in the act of adultery, they boasted. And to Jesus, they asked him, now this when they turned to Jesus, before it was to the crowd. Then they turned to Jesus and asked, what do you think we should do? Moses' law says, stone her. But see, Jesus was smarter than them. Even though they were trying to trap him, he wasn't trying to get involved with them. Hypocrites. He was playing on the ground, playing like he was drawing something, minding his own business. And they kept on pushing him. What should we do with her? Stone her. So Jesus got up and said, all right. But before I give you my answer, let the one who has never sinned throw the first stone. Other scriptures say it this way, thou hypocrite, first cast out the beam of thine own eyes, and then shalt thou see clearly to cast out the mote out of thy brothers. Or it says, thinkest thou this, O man, that judges them which do such things, that yet you do it the same, sometimes and in some instances even more, that thou, you know it, sir, that thou shalt escape judgment. So when the hypocrites who were ready to stone the woman for her one sin, though sinful they were themselves, when they heard Jesus, the word says, Mr. Speaker, they slipped away one by one, beginning with the oldest. But it said, beginning with the oldest. I didn't say it. The Bible said they, one by one, beginning with the oldest. Who left first? But see, that was in those days, Mr. Speaker, when hypocrites in their sinful ways would recognize their hypocrisy and walk away, beginning with the oldest. Not today, Mr. Speaker. You usually find the oldest. More seasoned hypocrites leading the charge, with the young ones just riled up behind them, learning their bad ways. Now, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if it's fortunate or unfortunate that I should speak after the member for the Exhumers in the Ragged Islands, because he's become a good friend of mine, who I have grown to admire. And I don't want him to take my introduction to mean anything in particular. You see, he's a breath of fresh air and a fresh voice for the Progressive Liberal Party crowd looking for new leadership. That's why you see most of the PLP ads circulating today have his face on it, not the leader. I look at it as the art of deception. I see them all over Facebook. All the meetings on TV, when you look at them, they call it all the constituency meetings. Just the Cooper, not the leader. I will see another meeting.
Grand Bahama, Minister of Finance, when you hear the shadow Minister for Finance shout from the pulpit, whether he truly believes it or not, that this government doesn't have a plan to grow the economy, that's his job. I say that word. That is, don't put that on the record, it's coming from me. I don't throw voices. You see, his job is not to sing the F&M's praises, especially if he's trying to get your job, because he knows what is good for the F&M, it's bad for the PLP's survival. Don't take it personal when he accuses you, even if he believes it or not, of boring like a drunken sailor, because that's his job. He's in opposition. His job is to oppose you and hopefully get your job. No such chance. When he tells the one single story that the PLP likes to tell, that the poor continue to catch eternal hell at the hands of an uncaring government, that's his job. Even if we are doing well and things are getting better, because he wants your job, he would not tell him the truth. That's not his job. He's just doing his job. And that's not to tell the truth, if he's in opposition. He wants your job. Now, if you work on anybody's job anywhere in the Bahamas, you know you always find someone just like that. You can't be mad at them. You can't take it personal. They want your job. Especially if you're doing a good job. Or even worse, if you're doing a better than good job. A job that far exceeds their expectation in such a short time after you've taken their job. But all that aside, Mr. Speaker, the question here today, however, is whether this group, when you consider their history in governance, is in a position to criticize anyone on good governance, particularly when their performance in government and in governance was at best shoddy. Well, the Speaker earlier said we have to be nice with what we say. The question is, can we trust, or can they be trusted as a voice of reason? Despite all the boisterous rhetoric from the member from Exuma about why he came here, this is about record compared to record. Steps, this is about record compared to record. Record compared to record. Steps that we both have taken to make government more efficient and productive. That's what's at the heart of this debate. Record against record. Lest we forget, Mr. Speaker, the Bahamian people know these members who were once charged with the management of our country's affairs, our country's finances, our country's wealth and prosperity before, not just on one occasion. See, we've been talking about 2012 to 2017, but you must remember there was another occasion, 2002 to 2007. And it wasn't just 10 years in governance, Mr. Speaker, but for some, 20 years representing a population of people from this place. We trusted them when we gave them the opportunity to govern, to make decisions that were right and good, and to put in place and follow through on measures to make government more efficient and productive. That's what we did.
And when they took over our country in 2002, they inherited a Bahamas and a Bahamian economy that was on the upturn. Now, I like Google too. And most of what I'm going to say is borrowed from budget communication that was given during these periods. These aren't necessarily my words, I can make it up. Just have to go to the record on Google, just like our member. And in the budget communication delivered by the then Prime Minister, he noted that the economy was on an upturn, despite coming out of the immediate aftermath of 9/11. And it was stable. But they were new on the job, Mr. Speaker, much like we are. And they came with their plan, much like we have. Record to record. Now, if memory serves me correct, Mr. Speaker, they came promising transformation. And transformation, I think, is what they gave to the Bahamian people. In the first term in office under our plan, you see, if they like to talk about the poor people, and most of their budgets are poor people's budget. So I'd say they're our plan, poor people's budget. The economy actually shrunk. Now, well, you said it this morning, I'm not going to repeat a lot of what you said. Economy shrunk. In the first year, Mr. Speaker, government debt rose by more than $200 million. That's not my word. It came from their speech, their budget communication. Government guaranteed debt rose by $43 million. Foreign currency debt increased by $120 million and was higher than in each of the 4 years prior. That came from their communication. Recurrent revenue expenditures decreased by $60 million. And they told the poor public service workers that the public service general pay award that was due on July 1st, they couldn't pay. But that was their first year in office, Mr. Speaker. Again, we could give them grace. To be fair, because we asked for the same. The only difference, though, Mr. Speaker, we didn't inherit a country on the upswing. What we got was a country that was sunk somewhere at the figure of the bottom of the sea. So, by 2004, they were still aiming to reduce the deficit, despite not being able to attain their revenue targets. It's 2004 now, 2 years in. Again, they were promising a new age of transformation. Quoting Mr. Christie, 2005, 3 years later, they were still throwing the word over the people's eyes, saying that their plan may not always be obvious to all. That's what they said. It may not be obvious to all, but rest assured that the shift is now irreversibly in progress and was already bearing fruit. We know what kind of fruit that thing bears. By 2006, with 1 more year to go, Christie, Davis, Anna Martin Group was still trying to convince the poor Bahamian people that the expected growth was coming on stream. But Bahamians know what disaster that turned out to be. No new schools. I wrote the article. 5 million for schools diverted. I wrote the article. Anna Nicole split. I went to the funeral. Children in trailers. I wrote the article. Housing scandals. I wrote the article. So we know what we got.
Remember, you're going to rely on those documents?
I wrote the article.
should be gone. Now, yes. But see, Mr. Speaker, one term of failed governance wasn't enough. The same who hung around and begged for another chance, and the Bahamian people took a chance on them again. 2012. They changed their...
Before you this letter, let the class return those documents, you sign them, and they'll be brought up.
Sure.
To continue, you get them at them.
They changed their Our Plan to Our Plan 2.0 and called it We Believe in Bahamians. We're still all suffering from this poor-man economic plan. I think the minister spoke quite clearly about it. Member for St. Barnabas did the same. In short, Mr. Speaker, not only did our economy not grow as a result of the poor economic downgrade, neither did our country. So you hear the minister or the member from Igroma talking about poor man, poor man, poor man. Who's the voice of the poor man? It definitely wasn't them. See? Lest we forget, junk was our status in the international arena. Speak of junk. Old or discarded articles that are considered useless or of little value, worthless. That's what junk means. That's what we were. Well, they didn't have, they did it based on record. This is about record. Again, record. They did that. Well, here's what the foreigners not only told you that, but on 2 occasions the Bahamian people also told you that they didn't want to be the junk that you made them.
That's something called ever slow.
Yes.
Ever slow. Look at this thing on the
But you see, Mr. Speaker, the last remaining member of the junk bond group, these last remaining members of the junk bond group don't want to speak about their record of governance. And when they try to compare themselves to us, when they do, all you get is what they had on the table when they left, what was in the pipeline, like the National Track and Field Stadium that we had to come in and finish, like Bama that we had to come in and finish, like the roads, the highways over Milo Butter that we had to come in and finish, like the baseball stadium that they're now talking about that we have to come in and finish, the change and transformation that they talked about that we have to now come in and finish, and etc., and etc., and etc. See, that's what they talk about. And they get mad about. But we left them Atlantis, stage 1, I think, and 2. And they still couldn't do anything with it. Mr. Speaker, I beg your pardon to say to the Bahamian people that they shouldn't take seriously the crocodile tears of this John Bond group. When they band together to preach to them or to this administration about plans for growing the economy.
Member for Charlie, I submitted your comments of John Bond group. Please, moving forward, use more parliamentary language when referring to the members from opposite. I know I didn't hear any objections from the member, but as the chair, just cautioning you as we move forward. Misuse some.
I'm sorry.
I got up 2 members on my feet. One second, I'm just referring to it.
I guess I just got the impression that since the John Bond group was used early in the, and was on the record that I had the right to use John Bond group as opposed to saying who.
It's the context in which you use it. The fact that it was used, the context in which you use it in. And you seem to be someone who's very good at language.
I'm giving my language.
Thanks. Well, the chair recognizes the member by mistake.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy, I think you've appropriately dealt with it. I was sitting here listening as the 4th-term member for the good people of Anderson, and certainly I don't think that it is correct that the member who now in his 2nd year should refer to other members in this house as junk bond or anything of that nature. We can all, excuse me please, Nance, let me speak. We can all call, I mean, I understand you can make your political point, but I think that when you start seeking this sort of derogatory, degrading type of terminology, then it bit more dark in its meaning. And so I just want to say I agree with you, Mr. Deputy, and I appreciate you raising it because
Thank you, Anglican. Thank you, Anglican. But Charlotte, you're very colorful in your language. Continue, but just be cautious.
But after hearing Anglican speak, and having to endure 3 hours of the member from Exomo using unparliamentary language to call my colleagues things, I think this is a little bit hypocrite.
The chair recognizes the member for Anglican. The chair recognizes the member for Anglican.
Thank you. I raised on a point of order which I'm entitled to do. I think the member he's now using language about so hypocrite. We can talk about hypocrites, Speaker. I mean, if this is where, if this is, St. Anne's, let other people talk in here now. This is not... Deputy, this is not the cabinet. This is the Parliament.
Yes, Anglican.
And there are also members in this House.
Yes.
I'm asking that the member, I raised an objection, will actually support the position taken by the Deputy Speaker, and the member has now used another derogatory term, and I ask that he withdraw that. I ask that you withdraw it. Yes, hypocrite. Yes, hypocrite. But no problem if I'm being hypocritical and the Deputy Speaker is being hypocritical by sharing the view, no problem. That word, Mr. Deputy, I will be saving for when I speak because I believe I think that it's now accepted and it's not a problem. Hypocrite, as I say, I think it's hypocrites. Socrates.
I understand. I get your point, but again, members. I hear the member of Anglican, but I do hear the member of Port Charlotte also. Let's be cognizant of the fact that we can use words. Yes. In the context in which you use the words, when and how you use it. So again, Port Charlotte, yes, I'm going to caution you. Yes. Like your brilliance with your speech, and so forth, but be very be guided in how and when, because we don't want to have a situation where persons choose words and choose them strategically and use them and they go back and forth, and then we can have a yes. So carry on, Port Charlotte.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Like I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, I beg your pardon to say to the Bahamian people that we shouldn't take the crocodile tears of this group when they band together to preach to us about their plans for growing the economy. All the talk that the member from Cat Island was talking this morning, Mr. Speaker, they could have saved that for Standard & Poor's or Moody when they were downgrading our country's status. We know that they're doing their job as opposition, Mr. Speaker. But to the leader of the opposition, the shadow Minister of Finance, the question again, however, is whether based on a, I have to use this in context, a junk-born record.
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. Based on a junk-born track record and history in governance, are they the best group of critics to deliver this message of good governance? Some may say this is hypocritical, particularly when there is no evidence that they have ever produced one record that works. But I won't, Mr. Speaker, I won't take it personal, call them hypocrites because they're my friends. We won't take it personal, Mr. Speaker, when the good member accuses us of putting numbers before the people, as if it's a bad thing. And if they're serious about it being as bad a thing for the FNM, the Free National Movement Administration, to do as they say it is, Mr. Speaker, then I would question the sincerity of the same group who endorsed and championed a message when they were in office that says there is ample evidence, Mr. Minister of Finance, to the disastrous consequences which follows if a country fails or refuses to exercise fiscal discipline. This is what they were preaching. We Bahamians are practical people, and we don't need much convincing to realize that any household which consistently spends more than it earns is facing disaster. I think that's what you're trying to say, the same thing, yeah? Or two, simply throwing money at problems would not necessarily be the best solution to accelerating progress. Indeed, the careful and prudent management of limited resources which we have is by far the more prudent approach. Or this one, well, that's why Christie said it, good for you. Or this one, some members of the public and special interest groups look at the budget in anticipation of new announcements, such as concessions or special payments. To many of these persons and interest groups, I would suggest that this is a time for caution. Or this one, I ain't finished yet, because we had a member who was talking about $250 million when they come into office. But this is what the leader that they sat around the cabinet table said. No one of a serious frame of mind should propose additional expenditure without specifying how such expenditure is to be financed, and no one should criticize particular revenue measures without specifying an alternative source of finance. That's a yes, sir. I think that's what you were saying too, yeah? I think that's what we're saying here. You have no right to criticize unless you can specify an alternative source. We can't take it personal, Mr. Speaker. They count on us to not know or remember their history. They especially count on the poor Bahamian people to not know or remember. The hypocrite counts on many of these things. So as I said at the start, they can tell their story from underneath their pretentious mask. They pretend to be morally good, but pious just to deceive. Matthew 7:15 puts it this way: beware of false prophets, which come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravenous wolves. Now, I'm not necessarily calling my colleagues opposite. But I'm just saying, Mr. Speaker, that despite their criticism of our approach to physical discipline, they were saying the same things that we are. Perhaps their angst, Mr. Minister of Finance, is their anguish, their torment, their sorrow, their worries, that these things come from the fact that ours is paying dividends, literally and figuratively, in too short years. And theirs didn't intend. That's the start of it, that's the crux of it. And no matter how you dress it up in a new voice, a trusted young face, there's a great likelihood that they won't do it in 15. Some people here, Mr. Speaker, had 20 years. And the results are the same. Still here fighting for the same poor people. Perhaps that's their plan. To keep us broken poor. Because so far that is the major result of their 2,000-hour plan and their 2012 Believe in Bahamian plan. You hear them talk about workers of this nation. You're talking about that this morning, riding on the coattails of labor. They're the champion of the workers, taking over the People's Labor Day Parade, despite the family saying that they didn't want to make it a political thing. They were doing it hoping that workers will forget about how they stood idly by as 600 workers from Sandals got laid off without notice in August of 2016, and despite calls for the government to intervene, one of their own said this to the workers, and I quote, "There is no damn thing the government could do as the resort is privately owned." The advice from the poor man's government MP was that the union should carry their backside. I had to use that word.
newspaper, man. I'm only telling you, these ain't my words. I am not making it up.
Bueno, the chair recognizes the member.
Deputy, you know, this is obviously a theater for great performance, but the member is saying it's an anonymous quote in a newspaper. The member should indicate who says that it's not dumb or whatever the language is that he used. And not only that, support it with documentation, because there's no way to just coming in and say these things without supporting it. I call on the member to support this assertion that someone told, that someone in Progressive Little Party told the union to whatever, and the words that he has now cast on the Progressive Little Party at that time. Speaker.
Thank you, Angleston. Thank you, Angleston. Fort Charlotte, member for Fort Charlotte, you did allude to the fact that you were quoting, and you seem to be quoting a member.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And you did say that.
I didn't know since I was quoting, and I think it was a Tribune article. Let me look it up. I know who said it. I just didn't want to bring their name up in here because they're not here to defend themselves.
If you're going to quote it, you did say you were voting from a paper. You have to at this time remember.
I'm going to find it for you right now, Mr. Speaker. This is the Tribune, Krishna Virgil. Tribune staff reporter Wednesday, August 17. The headlines said, Miller back to God and tell union to carry their...
Mr. Deputy, that if he's not able to in summary, if he is not able to lay that article, that it therefore be struck from the record or he withdraw it. And secondly, he should withdraw his comment that the statement, an alleged statement of an individual, which he has not yet supported in this Parliament, that an alleged statement from an individual that is attributable to a government or to members on this side, Mr. Deputy.
On the first point, Member for Angleston, I agree. The member for Fort Charlotte, you'll have to withdraw the statement until you could produce the document which you rely upon, table it. You wish to get it printed and deny it, and you could do that, yes. Secondly, on the second point, though, Member for Angleston, I can't agree with your second point. The member has made a statement and is quoting a statement he's quoting allegedly a statement made by another member of this House, then member, and he's attributed it himself, and he is making a point to it. I don't see anything wrong with the way in which he has presented it. And so, member for the chair recognizes the member for Kalani.
I think it would be appropriate to allow the member to carry on.
He will carry on,
and the member is forwarding the information to us, and we'll have it printed and brought to you within 5 minutes.
That's exactly what I said, Member for Kalani, that he would withdraw the statement for now. If you wish, you will withdraw the statement for now. If not, I would strike it. And then, if you wish to come back and put it back into your speech and lay the document, then fine. So, Member for Fort Charlotte.
Speaker, until such time as I'm able to bring the document in,
I'll go ahead and withdraw it, and all the other comments that I have listed here about the relationship between the previous administration and labor to show that they're no friend of labor.
I'll go for it.
Can you continue for Charlotte? Will you continue, please?
They have it there. Here's the reality, Mr. Speaker. The Bahamian people should not and cannot take them serious when the Exuma and Ragged Island shadow finance minister, the member for Angliston, the Cat Islands, San Salvador, Rumkey leader gets up and pontificate trying to convince us that they are concerned about our well-being. In the screenwriting course that I'm teaching at the center, Mr. Speaker, when we're discussing the subject of a screenplay and the development of characters within the subject, we look closely at the character's needs. It is the need, Mr. Speaker, that drives the character through the play. And when discussing the subject, the author of the text says what a person does is what he is, not what he says. In other words, action speaks louder than words. In 2 short years, not only did we say we were going to strengthen public financial management, but we actually took the steps and did it and enshrined it into law. We said we wanted to empower citizens, facilitate growth and expansion, and break the cycle of dependence on government. And the actions of this talk resulted in the creation of the Small Business Development Center, and $8.5 million in small business development, and more than 3,500 small businesses registered with the SBDC. And according to the ministers, almost 75% of them being new startups. The actions of this government has increased confidence in the international community, and at the same time is making the Bahamas attractive again and attracting people in droves to our shore. Mr. Speaker, a large number of our citizens are employed in the tourism sector, and when you see the numbers of persons who are benefiting from the increase of visitors to our shores, the opposition should be hard-pressed to complain. Early yesterday morning when I was going to my office over here, cabinet office, I saw a large number of young people coming downtown, large number of young people walking across the street carrying groups of visitors around and walking towards. I hadn't seen that for a long time. They were going throughout the cities, throughout the streets. You see them over in the cities. I haven't seen that for a while. On Prince George, on that Prince George strip of East Street yesterday, there were 10 Bahamas Experience and leisure tour buses filling up with visitors from the cruise ship. Just early in the morning, getting ready to head out on tours. At the same time, coming across the street were 2 young guys from the Bahamas Adventures, crossing with their 10 visitors on a walking tour. At the same time that was going on, more buses, Bahamas Experience buses, were coming across East Street trying to get in line to receive the numbers of visitors. Hadn't seen that before. What I realized was that the tourism hot, and a great majority are people involved in that. I don't know how many of y'all, when you go into shops nowadays, the local shops, and you get your change back, you're getting almost as much American dollars as you are getting Bahamian dollars. You notice that? You remember there used to be a time when they used to hoard American dollars, and nobody was giving you American dollars because you don't know when you can get it again. Yeah. It says not only is there money on the ground and new money, but it's circulating throughout the country. It's a record. This is a good sign of economic improvement. See, Mr. Speaker, for this government, it's not about putting money on the ground. That was the formula used by the former administration, and it failed in 2002, and it failed in 2012, and as Einstein says, to do the same thing over and over and over again
and expect a different result is called insanity. We've seen where that insanity has gotten us. For us, it's about trying to get and keep money in people's pockets where it belongs. This is growth. From the elimination of VAT on breadbasket items, medicine, residential property insurance, electricity bills, water bills, fundraising activities, duty waivers on clothing and shoes import for merchants, goods for commercial printing. Simon at BA, please. I got a couple minutes left. Common processing and manufacturing. I'll read this back in late. I'm not going to read it.
Ready.
I'm not going to read it. I think we all understand. Okay, so let me go back and read it for the record, Mr. It says the advice from the poor man's government MP.
Can you refer to the
Tribune article of Wednesday, August 17, 2006, headline, Miller backs resort and tells union to carry their behind. And it says, I can't say that, that's very unparliamentary of me. And if I'm quoting it, I could say it on the record.
Point of order?
I'm not yielding.
What's your point? I understand.
Point of order.
Point of order. The chair recognizes the member for English.
Yes,
We're gonna deal with your time,
Yeah.
English. Unfortunately.
The member for Fort Charlotte was seeking to make an argument premised upon the fact that the Bahamas government at the time took a position towards labor, which was exemplified by that statement. Obviously, now that the member is referring to it, that's referring to a specific individual dealing within a specific context, does not support what he alleged in this parliament. And I would ask that he withdraw that, because that statement does not support what he advanced in this parliament as it related to the prior administration.
But the member for English then, I can't agree. The chair cannot agree with that. The member is making a statement. He is referring to a member that I believe was a member of the then. And so, if he is speaking and making his point on a particular issue, in this particular instance, labor, and he is attributing his comments on the government, who was a member of the party then, and he's simply referring to a member's statement, and he is accepting the statement. I can't agree, Angliston, that he cannot refer to it in the context in which in the manner in which he is presenting it. If that is the case, one second. If that's the point, Angliston,
Yes.
We in this place would not be able to really debate and refer the information. And there's a reason why we do it the way we do it, tabling the document and accepting it. Now, I don't understand your objection, and I cannot agree with what you've said.
No, you disagree with my objection. I've expressed what the objection is,
Yes.
that his assertion is not supported by that article. But in any event, I have not seen the article. I'd be grateful if he would lay it. I suspect it's speaking about a particular context that particular member was operating within, and in a work-related relationship. Yes, and that's what it was. It was not a general. Statement on labor in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And I think that, but I'll wait until I see it laid. The other concern is this, Mr. Deputy. And one of the members would allow me. He's still on.
I'm sorry. Poor Charlotte, just one member at a time.
The other concern, Mr. Deputy, is that the member that he's referring to does not sit in this Parliament. And if
Can I hear members?
thank you.
Can I?
And
hear
if the member is making a contextual reference, which is not accurate, then he's not being fair to that member. And so I would like him to lay that article, and I will have a look at it. This is it here?
No, that's not that. Again, Angliston, the chair totally disagrees with your summation of what's happening. And the fact that the member is quoting a statement made by a former member of Parliament. We stopped him in the tracks where he was going with it because we wanted him to produce a document, which I will ask the member to table.
Okay.
and you would have a copy.
Yeah,
And upon reviewing the copy, then if you think there's a objectable
Yeah.
point, then I would definitely
Thank
hear
you,
you.
Mr. Deputy. Thank you.
Order that. Are you finished the quote?
No, sir. What I'd like to do, to put it in context for the member, I'd like to
No,
read the...
you're gonna, you've read it, can you continue?
I'm not finished
Are
reading.
you still reading it?
Yes, sir.
Continue, Fort Charlotte.
The article says, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, Tall Pines MP Leslie Miller yesterday railed against the tactics of the Bahamas Maintenance and Allied Workers Union, saying that the group held a gun to the head of Sandals Royal's Bahamian resort executives and is now reaping what it has sown with the unfortunate job losses of more than 600 resort employees. Says during the impassioned interview, Mr. Miller said that despite the calls for the Christie administration to intervene on behalf of the redundant workers, there is not one damn thing the government can do as the resort is privately owned. Says in a word of advice to the union and to those who believe they are free to do as they please under private ownership, the former cabinet minister said they shall all carry their ass and work someplace else if they are not pleased with the way resort owner Gordon Butch Stewart runs his business, end quote.
Order the tape, that the document.
Thank you,
be-
Mr. Speaker.
What up?
I'd like to enter this into evidence, sir.
Yes, sir. Hold on, 1 second, I listen. Order the document be brought up. Signed?
Today is the...
Order that the document do lie on the table. Make sure this copy is. The chair recognizes the member for English.
Thank you, Deputy. I've not seen, I wonder if I can have a look at
Yes,
it.
she would produce a
The only
copy.
thing I will say, Mr. Deputy, is that this does not support what the member said, and I would just, and I know you've ruled on it, but I just would reiterate, this speaks to a specific member, speaking to a specific situation. It does not reflect the policy, position, or stance of a government. And I know the other side is was very anxious to get this here, but it does not speak to a position from the government. This individual was not in the cabinet. He was not a cabinet minister. He was a member of parliament who expressed his personal views about a situation. He was not speaking for the government at that time. He was not the minister of labor, nor was he a minister of government, and he expressed a personal view.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Angleston. Madam Clerk, can you make sure that the members has a copy? The chair recognizes again the member for Fort Charlotte.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I guess at the heart of what I was saying, the member is saying about my argument, my position. I'm just using this one example because I had several others, but I don't want to have the clerks up and down trying to print out articles. The whole point is they're no friend of labor. That's what I'm saying. I got a couple more, like I said, I just don't have time. But, Mr. Speaker, back to where I was talking about growth. I spoke about several things. 5 years tax exemption for first-time homeowners. Extension on duty exemption on materials for renovation, repairs, and upgrades of dilapidated buildings. Business license exemption. Tax exemptions for increases in customs personal travel from 300 to 500. Exemption on school goods, household furnitures, and appliance. This is more than about putting money on the ground, Mr. Speaker. This is about allowing people to keep money in their pockets. The member from Exuma, I know he reads the papers just like everybody does because he's well on top of his stuff. But he still asks, what's in the pipeline for the Bahamian people to expect? Here's what it says. The Port Redevelopment Project. He's seen the plans for that. I know he's meticulous. He went over them with a fine. Carnival Mega Cruise Port in Grand Bahama. Disney Project in Eleuthera. Redevelopment of Clifford Park. Innovative redevelopment of Ragged Island.
over-the-hill redevelopment of Angleton, all in the pipeline, all about job creation and growing the economy. This is the one difference between the F&M's poor man's budget and the PLP's poor man's budget. Like I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, despite what they say or how they pretend, what a person does is what he is, not what a person says. In other words, action speaks louder than words. Just look at the 52 years that we've been a majority-ruled nation, Mr. Speaker. 52. We've been a majority-ruled nation. 35 of the 52 have been under the PLP rule. The remaining 17 has been under the Free National Movement. Before the F&M came to power in 1992, the PLP had a 25-year running head start on building a nation that our people would be proud of. Turning this country around for the betterment of the poor in this country. But despite talk about special interests, you know, they deride them during the day, they rail them up during the day. But what do you say? You go at night, they go with their hands out. Don't mind the talk. Don't mind the talk. In the day, they can say whatever. That's what they call. That's what they call hypo. But despite the talk about the poor in this country, their actions have spoken louder than their words. Their actions suggest that the poor is just a pawn in their Game of Thrones. To them, it is not about the poor people as much as it is about power. The question is, who will speak for the poor people? Well, I could just use the words of the chairman of the party, the CEO of the organization, when in 2017 he admitted that politics is not a crying game. He said, it's a competition for power. Power is the only fact, not people. Said they have it, we want it. And not only do we want it, we need it. And remember what okay, well, I'm not, again, this isn't my words.
Point of order. Point of order. Chair recognizes the member for Exuma and the Ragged Islands.
Mr. Deputy, I believe there's some protocol that when you as an honorable member is quoting not even a current member, a former member of this place, Mr. Speaker, a private citizen. He's no private citizen. He's no private citizen. Mr. Speaker, he's not a member.
Order. Members, can I have a point of order?
He's not a member of this place, Mr. Speaker. And he's making comments, he's attributing comments to people who are not here to defend themselves. I mean, the least he could do if he does this, Mr. Speaker, is just lay it on the table, right? I'm not positioned to say whether he said it or not, but it's unfair, Mr. Speaker. It's unfair to be quoting something like that, right? About someone, or attributing it to someone who is not a member of this place, Mr. Speaker. And I believe the member knows better. He can speak to it in the upper house.
The chair recognizes the member for Bamboo Town before I comment.
It's a matter of public record. Mr. Speaker, before you speak to the issue, I would take this opportunity, seeing that we're already at the 7 o'clock hour, to move that the business of this House do continue beyond 7 p.m. this evening. Exactly, I second.
It's been moved and seconded that the business of this House continues beyond the 7 o'clock hour. As many members are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. It's being moved that the business of this House continue beyond 7 p.m. Again, member for Fort Charlotte, again, you were quoting, you didn't reference where you're quoting. Again, just 1 second, Exuma. You're quoting again.
Mr. Speaker, I'll do a better job next time I come in with their quotes.
Yeah, especially if you...
bringing- I really, again, because I've seen them on their phones and the likes prior, quoting from the phones, and so I'm just thinking that
I think the difference I think is that sometimes the members get information from their phones, and this maybe is a good time
Yeah.
to remind the members of the Rules Committee, which the Speaker himself has cautioned, have asked on several occasions to revisit the rules as it relates to the new technology, phones, etc. So this is a good example as to why we need to do what the Speaker is asking us to do as we move forward. Remember, the difference is that, yes, some members be using their phones to get information, but the issue is quoting someone and not being able to produce the reference. No, the members will wait until the Speaker finishes speaking. And so member for Fort Charlotte. Again, the chair cautions you.
Yes, sir.
All right, so I'm going to ask that you withdraw those quotes, and you could carry on in your presentation. Members, just a reminder again, with respect to the rules, whenever the Speaker is speaking and you're behind the bar, you just take a seat and wait to be acknowledged. Mr. Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, member for East Grand Bahama. The chair recognizes the member for Fort Charlotte.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I'll try to see if I can move on without, see where. Well, here it is, Mr. Speaker. Part of what Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would go out on a limb to say that they have feigned love for the poor people. And the only way they can continue to be the champion of the poor is by keeping people poor. Just imagine if you had no poor people, you would have no PLP. To stay relevant, it would appear that the PLP needs the poor to exist. But who will speak for the people?
We don't deny the poor.
Who will speak for the people? What Bahamas will this government leave in place? Well, let me answer by using the words of a very astute young man who stood up in this place sometime around 2010 and said these words. He said, as we grow as a nation, we need to start spreading our wings. We need to get some of our Bahamian people to become real entrepreneurs and decide that I don't have to settle for this no more. There are other ways to operate. There are other ways to modernize our society. That is the main point about this, Mr. Speaker. He said the difference between the FNM and the PLP, the fundamental difference between PLP and FNM is simple. They will spend millions on top of millions on top of millions to just simply employ people. And the old adage that about giving somebody a fish today to feed them versus teaching them how to fish so that they could feed themselves apply here. The PLP, he said, will give you a fish every day and make you come on your knees every day and say, here's your fish, here's your fish, here's your fish.
Who said that, man? Who said that?
And it's clear, you know, said, you look at the areas of this country that traditionally support the PLP loyally. And look at the kinds of development that they enjoy. Look at it, he said. The people who are faithful to the PLP from time immemorial, a time in the past that was so long ago, and I'm adding this in here, that people have no knowledge or memory of it. He said, look at the state of their lives compared to the lives of the people who don't support them. That's a clear sign. That should tell the Bahamian people something. Just look at it. There has to come a time in our nation, Mr. Speaker, he said, when we as Bahamians stop and think
Stop being emotional about the yellow and the red and start to think. He went on to speak about the opportunity he had to campaign side by side with the former leader of the PLP in the South Andrews by-election in 1999. And he told a story about an old woman who asked the former leader, he said, "Mr. Christie, why should I support the PLP? Look at this place. You think it's right?" The late F&M Junior Minister of State, Mr. Charles Maynard, was being heckled from the side opposite for his observation. And when I watched the video from 2010, ironically, one of the chief hecklers was the member from Angleton. Chief heckler. But you know what he said to, because I was watching, he said, "I don't care what you say. The truth is the truth. The truth is the truth. I am a part of an administration who believes that this country can do more." That's what he said. The citizens can do more. He told them talk is cheap. For every time they come in here and try to change the story because they can't win the conversation, he said, can't win the conversation that we are having, you have to remind them about what they said the last time they were in here. That's all I was doing today. Reminding them about the things they said the last 2 times they were here. He said, I will remind them. And I will remind them too, Mr. Sweeper. Sweep around your own front door before you come and try to sweep around mine. Mine probably cleaner than yours anyhow. The long and short of it, Mr. Speaker, is that this band of 4 and the few others they have in the upper chamber don't have the moral authority to chastise anyone about good governance, when despite their dressed-up talks, they have not been able to show through past actions and associations any evidence of good governance. Their case is baseless and not rooted in sound principles. They should hang their head in shame and slip away one by one, beginning with the oldest. But I can guarantee you, Mr. Speaker, that won't happen, because their talk and their action make you question whether they have any shame. As I close, don't tell me, please. I had to endure 5 hours of that thing you presented us. As I close, Mr. Speaker, my advice to the Bahamian public, he's my friend.
Here you are for Charlie.
No, man, this guy's your former friend, man. As I close, my advice to the wider Bahamian public who continue to be fed the PLP's single story, Mr. Speaker, is the same advice Jesus gave to his disciples and the crowd gathered to hear about the hypocrisy, well, not to hear, but what he gave them about the hypocrisy of the Pharisees. He said, do not do what they do, for they do not practice what they preach. They tie up heavy, cumbersome loads and put them on other people's shoulders, but they themselves are not willing to lift a finger to move them. If you don't believe me, look over the hill that we are now, thanks to Dr. Minnis, we are now cleaning up. After all them years, you want to say thanks to somebody? Say thanks to Dr. Minnis.
Hey, thanks to Kalani, the member for Kalani.
That's who you need to say thanks to.
Member for Kalani. The member for Kalani.
Say thanks to the member of Kalani. If he wouldn't say it, I say to the member of Kalani, thanks, member of Kalani.
My line. On my line.
Everything they do is done for people to see. They make their amulets wide and the tassels on their garments long. They love the place of honors at banquets and the most important seats in the synagogue. They love to be greeted with respect in the marketplace and to be called rabbis with others. They love power. and in the power, listen, my time running out. They love power, and in the power principle, there is a place for them. What experience has shown, Mr. Speaker, is that this group is very good in opposition, at opposing. Thank you. At opposing. But God knows, and we found out too, that they're awful in governance. No matter how they shout, no matter how they call the good will of others disgraceful, Mr. Speaker, I say to the Bahamian people that perhaps in a system of meritocracy that we're trying to create, Dr. Minnis, the best place for them...
Kalani?
Oh, sorry. In the system of meritocracy that we're trying to create, Member for Kalani, for the good of the country and the future of our children, the best place for them to remain, the best place for them to remain is the best place that they're suited in opposition. What we understand is what a man does is who he is, not what he says. And these have said a lot so far. But let's, for the sake of the country, give them the best job that they're suited for in opposition. These and many blessings I ask of the Lord. In Jesus' name, amen.
The chair, your time is up, Member for Wachala, but the chair would permit you 1 minute as we had a few interruptions.
Some advice, eh? You got some more? You gotta step out. Step out. Stand at the clip of the prayer.
That's my friend. I could send it to him myself. It says...
What are you referring to, Member for Wachala?
This is the source. This is a personal statement by Fred Mitchell, May 15th, 2017.
I know that one.
It says, I have read a lot of rubbish over the past few days since the election from the FNM leadership and its supporters. My take on it is this: the FNM and its supporters should not believe their own propaganda. The objective reality is that they simply have a mandate to govern for 5 years. There's nothing revolutionary about their victory or far-reaching. They were able to manipulate a population suffering from all sorts, from ill effects of an economic recession. They admit it, which was never overcame. And the turn of clever phrases plus the money of foreign interests to accomplish what they have, and the failure of the PLP to correct the problems. Said Michael Manley said in Jamaica when he was at his darkest hours, we routed them before, we can rout them again. Simply said, I say to the PLPs, let's not get caught up in silly sentimentality and believe the FNM's propaganda about ourselves. It's simply rubbish. This is not the second coming, but a simple election victory. The problems are glaring and obvious, but we will need professionals to guide us through the process. Skip a little, because this is where it says politics is not a crying game. It's a competition for power. Power is the only fact. They have it, we want it, and need it.
Need it.
And so, at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker...
Are you...
Yes.
Sorry, order that the document...
What I said, Mr. Speaker,
The deputy said your time was up. Do not divide.
Order the document to be brought up.
Don't divide the deputy. He won't take nicely. Do not.
Mr. Speaker, I think
Order that the document do lie on the table.
like I said, Mr. Speaker, as I was referencing that piece.
You can do this in 20 seconds, right?
Yes, sir. What we teach about character is the need of the character drives him through the story. And what a character does is who he is, not what he says. So when you hear them say, we care for the poor, the statement says, we are only concerned with power. With that, I rest my case again, Mr. Speaker. Fort Charlotte supports the budget.
Any? The chair recognizes the member for North Eleuthera.
For Charlotte to, Mr. Speaker, for Charlotte to borrow a phrase, that was powerful. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy, members of this honorable House, it is indeed a privilege and an honor to speak on this 2019-2020 budget communication. It is an opportunity that has been given to me by the good people of North Eleuthera. The good, decent people, like my colleague has said, of North Eleuthera. And to them I say thanks. I say special thanks to my wife Cindy, whose support I sought and whose counsel I often rely on. North Eleuthera, I seek only what is best for you, your dreams, your aspirations. That is what drives and fuels my passion in order for us to obtain our success. While North Eleuthera is booming with explosive growth in the tourist sector as well as the construction field, there are still some critical issues that needs to be addressed. And these issues I seek to put forward. But first let me say, I have to speak to some of the issues that have been brought up in reference to this budget and those previous budgets that have been put forth by the member of East Grand Bahama. Those budgets have been referred to by members opposite and ways that are not kind. I was trying to look for a word that is parliamentary.
I know it's hard, bro. I know it's hard.
But it is difficult to hear messages put forth by those on the other side in lieu of their last 5 years. But nonetheless, they have to be addressed. You know, we often talk about downgrades. We like to say 4 downgrades, 4 consecutive downgrades in 5 years.
we don't really explain what those downgrades mean. My friend from Exuma liked to refer to Google. And now let me take his lead. A downgrade is a negative change in the rating of a security. This situation occurs when analysts feel that the future prospects for the security have weakened from the original recommendations. Let me just get my specs here. Usually due to material and fundamental change in the company's operation, future outlook, or industry. That is to say, well, we're going to get to that. You see, when you have successive downgrades, then obviously that does not put you in a position to dictate or to counsel anybody. Let's be kind. And so when the Progressive Liberal Party, through their 4 consecutive downgrades, brought the Bahamas to junk bond status, that put us in a very, 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 very bad place. But what I cannot understand is that these same people wants to come and speak about fiscal responsibility. Fiscal responsibility. But, you know, you see, we from Brooklyn sometimes get a little tired up. And so those of you who know can understand that. But I know we understand. But I say to my good friend, Exuma, they needed you then, because we sure don't need you now. And I don't say that in a condescending way. I say that because we have shown what we can do. When you look, you know, I Googled something else. And what it said was, over the last 30 years, those countries that had descended to junk bond status, there were only 3 countries that were able to bounce back, to use the PLP phrase, back to physical. I like that word. To fiscal responsibility. There you go. But Mr. Speaker, but the average time to turn around your country or your finances takes 7 years. This is powerful. 2 years, we've been able to turn around our economy
up to 1.6.
up to 1.6.
Negative.
That was called measly.
And they couldn't do +1.
And the previous people who now seeks to advise us couldn't do one. Negative. But now they want to preach to us. To borrow a phrase,
Give us the hopper hat and free.
we getting physical. Mr. Speaker, I seek not to make this matter a trifling matter because it is serious business. But when the accomplishments of this administration and the hard work that has been put forth by the Minister of Finance, East Grand Bahama, one could only wonder how serious is the opposition when they put forth the childish arguments that they do.
More power.
Yeah.
You don't want it? You don't want it? Resign and give the seat.
When you go back to Google, there are two things that brings you back from junk-born status. They say you have to do what? One, exterior measures, austerity measures, and leadership.
All right.
Google that. You know, it is often said by those opposite that we are cold, we are callous because we cut back on certain spendings. It has been referred to social services, about some of the measures or some of the services that we provide. And they say we're cold, we're callous, that we're not looking out for the small man, that we're not looking out for the people, that special interest is what drives us. No, my friend, I beg to differ. When you, as a government, risk the well-being of this country going forward, and drive us down to junk-born status, it is you who is not looking out for the people. You cannot tell me you are looking out for the poor man when the fiscal well-being of a country is at risk. You're now telling me, well, we need to do this and we need to do that. When you were at the helm, what did you do? What did you do to make things better? Well, I can speak with even the things that we did, the cutbacks we had to do, the rolling back. We were still able to accomplish things in our constituency. We didn't have the luxuries when we were growing up that are now given. We've got people complaining that the government is cutting back. I used to be able to get 3 school uniforms for my children. But now I only can get 2.
But you're going to school.
But you could lay off in West Gates by the pool. And then you want to tell me that we're not doing enough. But I too am like Exuma, raised by a single mother, had a scholarship, came to Nassau, couldn't afford to pay for somewhere to stay, had to go back to Harbor Island, got another scholarship, went off to school in Chicago, but I didn't have the lunch program. I didn't have the school program. I didn't have all of the benefits of social service. But I had drive, I had desire, and I had a willingness to better myself. So did Exuma. All of us now, because of the financial place that we find ourselves in, have to pull our socks up. We have to make hard choices. We have to cut back on those things that we don't need. The budget speaks to that. That's not something that East Grand Bahama wanted us to do. That is something that you put us in. But in doing so, we move forward. I don't think I'm an exception. I don't think Exuma is an exception. Because we are a thriving people. We are people who are able to do whatever we put our mind to. So let's not sell ourselves short because we cut back on some of the things that we were once able to do because the money was there. But if it's no longer there now, pull up your socks and do what you have to do. Instead of doing that, we're doing them nails. Or buying some rims. Or going out to the club. Or spinning. Or playing that number. Cut back and do the essential things. And that's what these times has brought us to. And it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing that we now have to be conservative. It's not a bad thing now that some of the things that we could have easily afforded to do, not to do now because we have to prioritize. That is where we are. But it makes us better because all of the fat is now cut out. And we become as a nation a lean, clean, hard-running machine. We were able to repair the glass window bridge that was damaged. And I say thank you to the Minister of Works. We were able to get miles of road works done in Eleuthera. Again, I say thank you to the Minister of Works. We paved roads in Spanish Wells, even with that budget that was called an insult. Thank you to the Minister of Works. We were able to fix some water lines in Harbor Island that had caused legacy problems where people had not been able to get good, hard, full pressure water for years until the chairman of Water and Sewage, Mr. Long Island, I'm sorry, the Member of Parliament for Long Island, I say thank you. So that budget could not have been that bad. You know, but going forward, we are still in North Eleuthera being able to get things accomplished through that very same budget. The last budget that was referred to, that Exuma referred back to and said, he said, we weren't serious with that budget. But I am telling you now the results of that budget that took place in North Eleuthera. And I am not even talking about what we are doing. Mr. Speaker, North Eleuthera, like I said earlier, we are having some explosive growth in that constituency. Our tourism is up in the last quarter 26%. We've got people that when they travel to our airports, they don't even have standing room because they have to wait on the outside or across the street. Thanks to the hospitality of Mr. Gerald Stewart, or by the Sands establishment. But this is what we're talking about. When they say that nothing is happening or the budget does not address the current needs, they're not speaking for North Eleuthera. And I know Exuma ain't even speaking for Exuma. Because I've been in Exuma. And I've seen the bustling economy. I've seen the airport overflowing. I've had the opportunity to speak to some of the people that are there. And they are bragging about what is happening in that constituency. Well, you know, so, you know, the thing about it, Exuma, you got to be consistent. When things are good, you're saying thanks to what you all did a couple years ago, but when things are bad, it's our fault. You got to be consistent, bro. But Mr. Speaker,
Let that one slip.
we do have some needs, and we know they're going to be addressed. We are patient because everybody can't get everything one time. But I have to speak to those needs. And if I don't speak to those needs, many of you here will not say I'm not true to form. Well, I've been instructed to start with the graveyard in Spanish Wells. Mr. Speaker, through to my Prime Minister, the Minister of Works have delivered. Mr. Prime Minister, through you, Mr. Speaker, this is a vexing problem. And even though I may sound in jest, the people of Spanish Wells, they are hard-working people. Seldom do they ask for anything. But it is, you, Exuma, no, you ain't distracted me. Yeah, this family business now. Mr. Speaker, but the people of Spanish Wells are in dire need of a graveyard. I have brought this issue up literally every single week. The property has been identified. The property has been identified. But I need to have that executed. The property.
Whoever has to hear is listening.
The Prime Minister is now saying, Spanish Wells, I want you to hear. Now, I know you heard it before. So whoever is holding up the documents or the whatever procedure that needs to take place for that cemetery to be done in Spanish Wells, Prime Minister say, get it done, post haste. Now, you know, I like to go back home anyhow. My people know that I fight, and I fight on their behalf. I want to talk about the airport in North Eleuthera. You know, well, the new one. But you know, I had a bad taste with regard to the airport for North Eleuthera. You know, in 2016, the Department of Civil Aviation went up to North Eleuthera. They were accompanied by the local government for the mainland North Eleuthera, was accompanied also by the Communist Committee. They pointed out the land that was required or needed for the expansion of the airport. And I am disappointed, to say the least, that the very land that Civil Aviation said that they needed for the extension of the airport was granted, because the land is communist land, was granted by the Communist Committee to the executives, to two of the executives of the Communist Committee. Prime Minister,
Acquire it.
we need to do something about this.
Government can acquire it. Acquire it.
All I know is that North Eleuthera needs an airport. We cannot continue to allow hundreds of people standing on the outside of an airport because the facility is too small. We cannot continue to allow this to take place when numerous other airlines seek to come into North Eleuthera. Current airlines have had to go to larger airplanes to accommodate the huge numbers of persons coming into North Eleuthera. We've got to do something about this, Prime Minister. To you, Mr. Speaker, I implore you, Member for Kalani, help me solve this problem. North Eleuthera is depending on this airport to expand our growth even greater than it is today. I am looking, longing, and hoping that resolution will come to this shortly. Mr. Speaker, recently when I attended a rally of sorts that was held here in Nassau, the Prime Minister made a statement with reference to the disbursement of Crown land. He had indicated that he wants to start from the south, coming north. Well, I know, Mr. Speaker, my Prime Minister has the capacity to do. Mr. Speaker, I know Kalani has the capacity to multitask. And I seek only that when he starts with the granting of Crown land in the south, that he does it simultaneously in the north. The people of North Eleuthera are waiting feverishly, eagerly, because of the many undertakings, the many business ventures that they have plans for. And with the granting of that land, that crown land, we will see businesses popping up like popcorn. We will see houses popping up. We wouldn't even have to ask, Mr. Speaker, because they'll have no need to die. Mr. Speaker, on a daily basis, I have persons that ask feverishly to be able to access this crown land. We've got a co-op up there that have wonderful plans for North Eleuthera. They want to build a shopping mall. They want to build an office complex. They want to build various businesses. The only thing they lack is the granting of a piece of land. Kalani, once again, I seek your intervention. You know, and while I'm on the subject of land, I just want to address something that my good friend Exuma talked about, and he was referring to it as special interests. I can say tonight, with reference to the removal of VAT on land that is given by a family member, I could assure you that that is not for special privileged. I have a friend that lives in South Eleuthera who is currently cutting up 2 acres of land to give to his 4 children. And I can assure you, he is not a rich man. But they will more than certainly be most appreciative of this government on the savings that they would have from that transaction. This budget and the many steps that it has undertaken to save or to assist Bahamians, I could assure you that we are appreciative of it. On the other issue that I have to address, Mr. Speaker, I would be remiss if I do not touch on this issue. And while some of the things that I seek to speak to, I'm quite certain that the minister for this industry, when he speaks, will address it. I speak of the fishing industry, Mr. Speaker. I represent the largest group of fishermen in this country. But this is one of the most critical industries in our country that has been under constant attack. Mr. Speaker, it is an industry that is vital to the future, it is vital to the existence and the future development of this nation. It is often said that a nation that cannot feed itself cannot sustain itself. Mr. Speaker, this industry seeks to do that. And in the process, it provides an opportunity for these individuals to take good care of themselves. Mr. Speaker, the fishing industry is under siege. Our ability to continue this industry as we know it is under threat. It is threatened by Dominicans. It is threatened by them in several forms. As fishermen, and I speak of the Dominican poachers that come into our country and harvest our fish, our conch, our lobster, and this is creating an hardship for the fishermen. And I know that the minister is taking steps to correct some of the problems that is faced in this industry. I monitor the fishermen's chat on a daily basis, and I was so pleased on Sunday when the minister, the member for Marco City, chimed in on the chat and spoke of the many endeavors that his ministry is undertaking to correct a lot of the problems that the industry is faced with. But the fishermen, they are counting on this government. They are hoping and praying that the steps that we take will correct this problem. You know, they have this problem where, and a lot of the problems that we have are self-inflicted. And you say, what do I mean by that? It's self-inflicted that because some of our Bahamian brothers are complicit in the problem. We have some boat owners, they have Dominicans on board as engineers when in fact they are divers, and multiple engineers. We have others in an area where some of our female Bahamian sisters are marrying these Dominicans, and then they're getting spousal permits. I was happy that the minister indicated that he's reached out to the Attorney Generals to determine whether or not persons with spousal permits are allowed to work in the fishing industry. And I think there's also the call to determine whether or not if the fishing industry is strictly for Bahamians. These are questions that they seek to have answered. But it's not only the Dominicans. It's not only our scrupulous Bahamians, business fellas who are working in complicit with Dominicans. We also have a problem with American fishermen that come into our seas and run fishing operations. They come in on their 50, 60, 70-foot yachts, and they run a business from their boats. They fly their clients in. And that's not right. And we have to correct this problem.
That's right.
We have to go after those Bahamian businessmen who, for profit, would seek to take advantage of foreigners and bring them in and work their boats. And I know there's a cry that's out there that's saying that We can't find Bahamian divers. Well, we've been saying that for years. So let's fix it. Let's set a training program for divers. Let's attach it to BTVI or attach it to some of the dive companies. And then say 6 months from the day, we will issue no permits. Now, I can tell you, I know he gets a hard time, but the Minister for Immigration, easy. See, I don't care what people saying out there. I think I said that before in this house, and I'll say it again. The last time I spoke in this house about the fishing industry, and I talked about giving Dominicans permits, the next day, he called me up, or somewhere around him, and he said, you telling me about issuing permits? And he said, let me show you something. And I won't call the name, but if it continue, we may have to call some names. He said, I just got a request for 12 Dominicans. And from a prominent person or a prominent businessman. I know it was denied because he told me he was going to deny it. And I know he constantly denies it. But people often say, well, permits are being given. Now, I can say to you, he doesn't readily approve permits, despite what some people say. He's turned me down a couple times. And I did give him some colorful words. But that's between two Nutri boys. But even some of our Bahamian fishermen do an injustice to this industry. It ain't only the Dominicans. We have to look at ourselves and some of the things that we do. Because we still have some Bahamians that are bleaching our coral reefs. And that is wrong. And we have a lot of them that fish out of season. That too is wrong. We've got plenty that steal caps and condoms. I said condos. I didn't mess that one up.
They fish the condom.
But Mr. Speaker, the time has come for us now to make it right. Let us now right the wrongs that have been thrusted upon this industry. Our fishermen deserve our help and our assistance. Allow me to make a point, Mr. Speaker. The financial services sector may still be the second largest industry in this country. However, it is leveraged by external forces. That is to say, they seem to call the shots. Successive governments, meaning the FNM and the PLP, undertook legislative steps to comply with new financial industry regulations, and rightfully so. These countries will get their money. They seek to collect their taxes, and collect them they shall. I say that to point to an issue. Successive governments have saw the need to try and to protect the financial service sector. And like I said earlier, rightfully so. And in doing so, as soon as they take one step and were able to get certain things accomplished, the goalpost was moved. And then they'll have to do another set of things, and another. We cannot control that sector. We are subject to external forces. The fishing industry, we can control. Over $100 million is generated in that industry per annum. Let's show the same fervor and energy and determination in this industry. They deserve this. They are hardworking people. They're not looking for a handout. They are looking for assistance so that they could continue to take care of their families. Mr. Speaker, it has been hard for them. In Spanish Wells alone, in the last 2 years, 9 fishing boats have had to pull up and tie up because they could not continue to operate. Hardworking people who strive to only take care of their family and their loved ones. We must be able to reach out to them and provide them some assistance. We must put in place the necessary regulation if it is necessary in order to protect this industry. This is our industry. We control it. We can protect it, and we can make things better for these individuals. The reason a lot of them have had the pull-up shop is because as a result of the last hurricane some 3+ years ago, a lot of their traps were destroyed. They ran into hard times. They couldn't meet their commitments to the bank. I would like to propose, Mr. Speaker, that this caring government, this people's government, establish a $10 million fund to assist these fishermen. Soft loans and in some instances grants, so that they could buy the necessary stuff to get back into the industry. The money be set aside for replanting or replacing their traps and their condos, or to purchase small engines and whatever other equipment that they need to be able to get back in the industry. Because once they're in the industry and they're working and they're making money, they will pay their bills, they will pay their taxes, and it will generate additional revenue that is needed to fuel this government. That's all they want. That's all they seek. It's an opportunity. And I see no reason why we cannot comply. I'm a family island man. We spent millions, hundreds of millions in Resolve. Something that benefited some people who were loaned millions and millions of dollars. And we, it's hardly likely we're going to see it back or see any substantial portion of it back. But I guarantee you this, if we were to set up a $10 million account to aid and assist the fishermen, we will see a return on that investment. I do believe that more must be done on these family islands. And this is something that will reap us rewards. Now, I know I'm asking a tall order of East Grand Bahama, but I am convinced it is sweeter with Peter. And so, I know that we're going to find it. You know, every time we refer, or most of the time when we refer to the problems that we encountered when we came to government, the phrase is often thrown back to us, fix it. Let's fix this fishing industry. I talk often to persons like Lance Pinder, who's a fisherman in Spanish Wells, and to Chuck Pinder, who some have often asked me about him because of his passion and some of the comments that he's made. He's been a fisherman for some 35 years, and his love is for this industry. And he only seeks that the industry is saved and grows. And we've been able to, some of them have been able to start a new business interest because of the rapid growth that has taken place in the North Eleuthera. A young man named Lauren Pinder, who also hails from Spanish Wells, instead of now going out fishing, he's now started a new business where he now takes out tourists on what he calls a shark dive, where a protective cage is established so persons could be inside this protective cage and swim with the sharks. I'm glad he's doing that, because it ain't like swimming with the pigs. But, Mr. Speaker, they need our help. They need our assistance. And I know the minister, because I've seen some of the new, challenging, and innovative plans that he has enunciated. And I'm certain that once they take effect, the cries of my brothers and sisters who are in the fishing industry, whether they be from Spanish Wells or Long Island or Abaco or Bimini, Exuma, their needs will be met. Mr. Speaker, and now I have something that is true and dear to me that I must address. I live in the most beautiful place in the world, Harbor Island. I represent the most magnificent constituency in the Bahamas, North Eleuthera. Some 30,000 persons pass through Harbor Island by our estimates on an annual basis. And it is a crying shame for them to see the residence of the former Lord Dunmore, which at one point was being used by previous administrators on that island. I have, on numerous occasions, raised the issue, as many of you are aware, of having this property designated as a facility to house a foundation for the people of Harbor Island. This beautiful building is now an eyesore, and it hurts me to my soul when I pass and see tourists taking pictures of it. We've got to get this right. The University of the Bahamas, the University of Miami, and other NGOs have agreed to have this building restored and used for a civic center. And all it requires is to be signed off on. I've asked And I've been told it's either in one or two black holes. And I can leave it here tonight. But I will revisit this. You could be assured of that. Because this needs to be fixed. I understand the financial constraints of my government, and I've praised them for the many things that they've done in spite of limited resources. But the issue to which I speak does not require a dime from my government. And that is why this is a personal problem for me. Mr. Speaker, I hope the next time I stand in this place, this issue will be no more. Mr. Speaker, I know that the people of North Eleuthera are prepared to support this budget. I know the people of North Eleuthera have seen what this government has done, because we have corrected a lot of the problems that we faced when we came to power 2 years ago. Just a measly 2 years ago. And that is why I say, when they say that we are not moving in the right direction, I tell them, just look back. Look back where we have come from, and look in the direction that we are going. North Eleuthera have some issues, but those issues are being addressed. Even now, as they work feverishly to give North Eleuthera good drinking portable water, thanks to the efforts of the member for Long Island, I say to the people of North Eleuthera, you will soon be able to drink good portable water. We are doing things in North Eleuthera, and because of its growth, we are faced with a problem. And Mr. Speaker, this is the last thing that I intend to address. That explosive growth to which I speak has caused some concern for the residents of Harbor Island. And I get that. They are concerned as to whether or not additional structures or buildings or projects, whether or not if our infrastructure can survive these additional projects. Well, I know the water is being addressed, and I know BPL are now devising a plan to correct whatever problems that they have, and hopefully they will take into consideration the growth that is about to take place. I wish that the entire Bahamas had the problem that we have with too much growth. But we must have a discussion as to how we go forward. Whether or not if we are going to now limit the amount of cars that come to Harbor Island. Whether or not if we're going to allow the size of the buildings that we're going to build in Harbor Island. You can hardly drive down Harbor Island without having to pull to the side to allow another vehicle to navigate through. And I want to also say to East Grand Bahama that our school in Harbor Island needs to be addressed. We have 2 buildings there that needs urgent attention. And while I want to commend a group that has been started called Parents on a Mission, where they have decided they're going to raise some $400,000 to construct a building at the school and develop its track. They're working feverishly, and I just want to shout out to them and say, on behalf of the people of Arbor Island and the people of North Eleuthera, by extension, I thank you for what you are trying to do. And on that note, I say today that North Eleuthera supports this bill.
Well, thank you, North Eleuthera. As many, the chair recognizes the member for Central and South Eleuthera.
Yeah.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, once again I want to thank the Almighty God for affording me this privilege of standing in His honorable place to raise my voice on behalf of the good people of South and Central Eleuthera. I'm honored to be able to speak on this budget for the year 2019-2020. The Lord has done great things for us, and we are glad. Psalms 1:26. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I must remember that God is very good, bigger than our best plans, bigger than our boldest vision. God can and does work through our plans. What one member cannot do alone, perhaps two or more could do together. Today, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in my constituency of South and Central Eleuthera, there are some 200 plus customers of Bahamas Power and Light who are benefiting from the waived VAT tax of the last budget on the residential electricity bill, $200 or less. Further, in my constituency, there are nearly 300 plus customers of the Water and Sewage Corporation who are presently benefiting from the waiver of the VAT tax from the last budget. Mr. Speaker, my constituency continues to enjoy the increase in customs personal travel expenses from $300 to $500 per traveling person. As the summer is fast approaching, I am sure those summer vacationers to South Florida and back to school shoppers are most appreciative for the increase in the customs exemption. Mr. Speaker, I would like to commend this FNL government, my government, the people's government, on this commitment to fiscal responsibility in providing sinking funds for the nation's debt and endeavoring to continue to draw the debt to a GDP rate down. This can only be done to our benefits in the continuing future. While we must push towards fiscal responsibility, we in South and Central Eleuthera recognize that this FNM government has been able to increase business flows and VAT collections during the third quarter, which has assisted in the return about 40 million plus in the third quarter of this year. Mr. Speaker, we must stay focused and determined towards the rebirth of our beloved Bahama land. South and Central Eleuthera would like to see the bread tax coming into the sinking fund for the nation's debt by way of taxation on the bread taxes for homeowners who rent their properties should be paying the taxes to make sure that this fund goes into our funds. Eleuthera has experienced an increase in air and sea arrivals by 23%, Mr. Deputy. And for cruise arrivals, the increase was 105%. Clearly, Eleuthera is delivering real value in the trust market. Mr. Speaker, when one look at the rich history of Eleuthera, the land of freedom, we must find ways to expose it to a greater number of visitors, thus collecting revenue without raising taxes on the Bahamian people. Mr. Speaker, the Road Traffic Board in New Providence is responsible for the franchise in New Providence, while Road Traffic Boards is appointed by the local government in the Family of Islands. Mr. Speaker, the present board in New Providence was appointed early in my government's administration, at which time I was appointed chairman. I hold that post presently, of which I am grateful. The board is set to assist the department and the ministry with improving the delivery of quality service to the motoring public. Since taking office, the board has met and made suggestions for the recall and in case for the recall of some cases, the collection of self-drive franchises that have not been renewed for more than 5 years. Such practices, Mr. Deputy, clogs the system and hinders others from having the opportunity of pursuing such businesses. Mr. Speaker, the board has therefore put into place a policy to begin to address this concern. Persons are therefore issued a grant letter with a 90-day period to get the vehicles on the road. However, should the individuals encounter difficulties and meeting the deadline, one can apply to the controller for a further 90-day extension waiver. Mr. Speaker, persons with private scheduled plates are reminded that the plates are to be placed on vehicles with a capacity of more than 12 seats. Individuals who are in violation have been given an extension of 6 months to correct this practice. Indeed, this is the people's time. We wish to employ each of you to be diligent in your efforts to ensure that you comply with this order. Road safety is an important focus of the people's government. The Free National Movement, sadly, Mr. Speaker, Eleuthera has the highest recorded traffic death fatalities per capita in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Mr. Deputy, we are looking and we're hoping that that will change soon, Mr. Deputy. We are well aware of the Ministry of Transport and Local Government as leading the charge to improve the road safety throughout the country. I am convinced that this effort will bring awareness to the general public. The theme, road safety, is everyone's business, is now a part of our everyday experience. The General Road Safety Initiative is an excellent initiative, and I am certain that it will further assist in reducing the number of accidents on our streets. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the member from Carmichael and the Minister of Works for the road work and patching that was carried out in Century Eleuthera. Century Eleuthera will not become complacent and not do what is necessary to enhance the effort of our government. The good people of South and Central Eleuthera, along with the visiting public, deserves to have passable roads that are safe to the motoring public and the pedestrians alike. Mr. Speaker, South and Central Eleuthera is expecting to have its roads repaired, especially in the communities of Governor's Harbor, James Cistern, Hatchet Bay, Penmouth Point, Savannah Sound, and Rock Sound. I would like to make further mention of streetlights in my constituency that are in need of repairs, and some areas needs to be lit for safety reasons. Mr. Speaker, the Water and Sewage Corporation has recently completed in-house projects on the island of Eleuthera. South and Central is happy to announce for this, Mr. Executive Chairman, is happy to announce to this Honorable House, place that the rehabilitation of water mains in German Village and the installation of new water mains in Freetown Boulevard in Central Eleuthera are complete. Upgrade to the Central Eleuthera water supply system for sustained services are complete. The rehabilitation of water mains in Central Luther via NRW campaign is complete. Relining of the 450,000-gallon IG of storage at the Navy base in Luther is complete. Upgrade to the Parliamentary pumping system for improving levels of service and water quality is complete. Installation of a new automatic purging system for the Banks Road to reduce red water is complete. Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to announce further at this time that the hard-working executive chairman of the Water and Sewage Corporation and members of the member from Long Island must be thanked for his vigilance and dedication. Mr. Chairman, South and Central Luther would love to thank you for every effort that you've made, and you've made several trips to my constituency. We are grateful, sir. Mr. Speaker, South and Central is looking forward to Water and Sewage opening up a new commercial office and storage compound in Governor's Harbor, which will provide better customer service and staff efficiency. Upgrading of the central storage to an additional 1 million imperial gallons via two 500K storage facility. Further, the replacement of the Rock Sound, Tarpon Bay, and the Banks Road water mains. Mr. Speaker, I would like to, on behalf of South and Central, to thank the member from Carmichael and the Minister of Works in advance for his kind consideration and further action to the mentioned. Mr. Speaker, there is much progress being made in my constituency. We are on an upward trend. Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary project in Governor's Harbor, which was once known as the U.S. Naval Base, is a 20-suite boutique hotel with 15 standalone villas, an art gallery with an art studio for guests and employees, for children, employees' children, and an indoor movie theater, a retail shop with local products, a spa, a wellness and fitness center, in and outside restaurant, pool bar, and local music pavilions, kidney gardens for the employees' children as well. An organic farm to be developed on 20 acres of land in the Hatch Bay area, with chickens and goats will be housed. A solar energy facility will be installed as well. Mid-Illustrious Properties Limited, Governor's Harbor, is doing let me go back if I may. The property in which I spoke about just a few minutes ago, Mr. Speaker, it would be run around $170 million, which will be taking place at the U.S. Naval Base. They have now done all of their tests. They've tested all of the facilities, soil, the et cetera, has been tested. And right now, hopefully by now and September, we're hoping that they will start to clean the property, and we're hoping that in the next few months, Central and South will be able to see that development taking place right in the Governor's Harbor area. Mid-Illustrious Properties, and it's in Governor's Harbor, is doing an expansion of the Coco de Mama Hotel to hotel comprised of 18 new villas, a reception building, swimming pool, and renovations of existing restaurant. $15 million investment. That facility is right next to Governor's Harbor Airport, and hopefully in a few weeks or a few months, they'll be able to get that off the ground as well. Mr. Speaker, then we have the Potlatch project, also in the Governor's Harbor area, where some $5 million plus are being invested on the renovations of a previous closed facility to offer self-catering hotel rooms, cottages for up to 40 guests, and with living accommodations, kitchen, bar, and restaurant. Mr. Speaker, that facility is called the Potlatch facility on the back road in Governor's Harbor. The construction is just about 65% completed as we speak. Mr. Speaker, hold fast. This government promised the people, and yes, we are making life better for the people. There is more. It's the people's time. Unicorn Key Development in Governor's Harbor is a residential subdivision comprising of cottages and townhouses with $5 million investment. Mr. Speaker, it's still the people's time. North Windermere Island project is a privately owned residential property. It's very near completion, and I am proud to announce that the local Bahamian contractors played a major role in the development. Mr. Speaker, there's more. The project in Benham Town Beach Resort is a 15-room accommodation eco-lodge with a restaurant and bar. It's cost $3 million, and the construction has begun right in the Benham Town area. Mr. Speaker, the Disney project at Lighthouse, Benham Town, Mr. Speaker, the residents of Eleuthera have spoken on May 10, 2017. They continue to enjoy the freedom of speech they have been blessed with. To God be all the glory. Mr. Speaker, I want all ears to hear the message of the good people of South and Central Eleuthera who elected me to represent them in this house, in this honorable place, as mandated by the people, with the words attached, with the words watched. The people spoke and prayed, it came to pass. Disney is inside Eleuthera. Who would have thought but God? Mr. Speaker, Disney have met and held discussions with the community's leaders, residents and young schools children, and seniors alike, to inform and keep them informed of the purpose of the proposed project. Disney has promised, and today, doing as promised, remaining respectful to the government, to the government of the Bahamas, and the people of the Bahamas, more so the people of South and Central Eleuthera. Mr. Speaker, Disney will only begin construction after the environmental impact assessment is accessed by the concerned and delivered to our caring government. Given the size of the property and Disney's commitment to the world-class EIA, a draft has not yet been submitted. Disney continues to keep the Best Commission updated on its progress and has assembled a strong team of high-qualified Bahamians, Mr. Speaker. Please allow me again, a strong team of high-quality Bahamians and an experienced international firm and its own internal experts to complete this work. The collaboration will result in an environmental impact assessment and an environmental management plan that ensures that the suitable development of Lighthouse Point. Disney remains committed to the development. 20% of less of the property to no dredging, employing sustainable buildings practices, and donating more than 190 acres of privately owned land, beachfront. Mr. Speaker, the beachfront land to the government of the Bahamas. Wow, God is indeed good. Among other commitments, Disney's significantly investment in the project is a large part due to its commitment to using methods that protects the environment. Disney hopes to submit a draft later this summer and has said it looks forward to public consultation under the direction of the Best Commission. The member for Freetown, the Minister of Tourism, must be proud of such procedure. He left it. Disney recently visited Eleuthera with a group of more than 20 of its executives who met with hundreds of potential employees, vendors, tour operators, construction contractors, and others. Disney has committed to keeping in touch with these persons as opportunities begin to become available and is working with the Access Small Business Development Center also to help entrepreneurs and small businesses to take off. Disney, I would take a break there. Mr. Deputy, what is actually happening is Disney is providing funding that will help our young people to become young entrepreneurs and being able to develop themselves right on their property, and they will have a future. Disney project will be rooted in the stores and culture of Eleuthera. and the Bahamas more broadly. They have already visited Eleuthera several times in pursuit of this effort. Disney is in the midst of the pre-qualification process for contractors so that they are able to maximize Eleutherians and broader-based Bahamians, particular once the EIA is accepted by the government. Disney executive toured every medical facility in Central and South Eleuthera and are currently reviewing ways that the company can best help support our help us currently and our future needs in Eleuthera. In the meantime, Disney continues to support the community in Eleuthera. One of its upcoming efforts will be supporting students in the Central and South Eleuthera when they return to school in the fall. In addition to its work in Eleuthera, Disney has been actively engaging with the broader construction communities, meeting with the Bahamas Chambers, Bahamas Contractors Association, and the Bahamas Association of Engineering, Architects, and Allied Professionals, among other Disney goals in the map. Particularly for Eleuthera, the Greater Bahamas contractors throughout this effort. In fact, Disney presented in front of the Bahamas Contractors Association just a few days ago during their monthly meeting and is meeting with the individuals who have requested an additional information. Disney anticipates starting construction late this year or early next year, pending acceptance of the EIA. The early economic impact will come from the construction from the time it starts through to 2020. The earliest Disney believes the experience will open in late 2022. Disney anticipates beginning the construction process for vendors and tour operators and others approximately 18 to 24 months before opening, approximately the end of 2020. It will be much sooner for those providing services during construction. That means those persons who are going to be trained they will train them ahead of time to make sure that everything is in place when it's time for them to open up. Mr. Speaker, some of the highlights from the heads of agreement, which was also given to Disney by the good people of South Eleuthera in black and white today, is part of Disney's commitment to develop just 20% of the property, with much of it identified for low-density use. $250 to $400 million will be invested over the life of the project, which will reflect focus on our environment. Disney has donated 190 acres plus an additional 2.5 acres at the southern tip point of the property, which will be conveyed to the government of the Bahamas. The Disney project design will be rooted in the stories and culture of the Bahamas. At least 120 construction jobs with an overall ratio of 80% Bahamians over the life of construction. At least 150 operating jobs, well-paying, and with benefits in the range of discipline and opportunities for advancement. Mr. Speaker, I am instructed by those who sent me here to repeat this for the naysayers. Well, Mr. Speaker, well-paying jobs and with benefits. Training and professional development programs. Disney will provide space for local Bahamians, I repeat, local Bahamian vendors on the property for the sale of authentic, high-quality Bahamian retail goods, services, souvenirs, art, gifts, Bahamian t-shirts, and any other merchandise. Prior to local Bahamians, again, local owners and operators to provide port adventures for DCL guests while its ships are in port. Opportunities for local Bahamians entertainers. Mr. Speaker, Disney will purchase local Bahamian agriculture and seafood products. Pull up your socks, Bamsey. The demand is coming. Environmental protection measures, construction will not begin until the EIA and the EMP have been accepted by the Bahamas government. 30% of the energy demands of the project will be from renewable energy. Mr. Speaker, this is very important. Very important. And full access to the site for citizens and residents of the Bahamas for non-commercial purposes. That simply means don't show up selling from the back of your cars, or your pockets, or your arms and harness. The guests, you are welcome to come and respectfully share the space. Mr. Speaker, this is what the people of Sahel Lutra requested from Disney. It's only complying with the wishes of the people. Disney came and asking, what do you, the people, want us to do? Community focused. Mr. Speaker, this is what the reply was. Community focused, school assistance with medical facilities and assist with tourism heritage sites. Mr. Speaker, at the beginning, I asked the public to hold there is more. Hold on, Mr. Speaker. Jacks Bay. I visited the property a few weeks ago with an amazing and was amazed to see the locals are presently employed. The vision is clear. Mr. Malcolm is doing a great thing at Jacks Bay for the local economy of South Lutra. The 10-hole course is very near of completion. So while some say we are doing nothing, we are working, and soon, we are working, and soon, and very soon, the groundswell will begin to manifest, and all will see. Mr. Speaker, Eleuthera is on the move. However, life goes, life...
Export now.
Life, however, through changes, and there are things that will be necessary to deal with the changes. When I spoke on the previous budget, I mentioned some things as I was mandated to do. I wish at this time to bring to the attention the following. Social services. Mr. Speaker, on the island, it appears to be having some challenges with the food vouchers in South Lutra. Mr. Minister, we spoke about this, and I'm sure you will look into it for the people who are affected. I just want to make sure that my residents know that I have taken this challenge on to make sure that the government is fully aware of the situation. The self-help block that was started by, the self-help block that was started by the PTA of Emma E. Cooper Primary School, Palmetto Point, needs to be completed in time for the fall semester in order to be ready for the incoming students. The member from South Beach. Mr. Minister, I would be grateful if Emma E. Cooper can get some assistance with that block, because I'll tell you what's happening there. I've visited that school on several occasions, and we have those kids are on what we generally call a gallery. It's like a little stage area, and it's not too conducive. So if we can get some assistance in that, we'll be grateful. I know what the safety and comfort of those students mean to you. South and Central, thank you for your kind consideration. We hope to see you there for the opening at the beginning of the new school year, sir. Further, Preston H. Aubrey High School is in need of a new roof. That roof needs to be replaced. It's been leaking for a while, and every time it rains, Preston H., the principal is having difficulties. The equipment is getting wet, the books are getting wet, the children, it's very, very difficult when we have a rainy season down there in the Roxton area. Mr. Speaker, I now turn my attention to Cable Bahamas, who have promised me 2 years ago that they would make sure that Benjamin Town would have had cable TV. Mr. Speaker, what is so annoying as a member of this House, when the government allows companies to come into this country and sign agreements with the government of this country, and the agreements are not carried out. And at this time in 2019, I have certain areas of my constituency in Ireland like Elizabeth without cable TV. It is disgraceful. And Cable Bahamas has been getting away with this. And I've been calling Cable Bahamas for 2 years straight. And that is not fair to those people. That is not fair. And something needs to be done about it. And I think what happened is, in this country, Mr. Speaker, what I realize, we come to this honorable house, we pass legislation, but we do not force our law in this country. We don't enforce it. It's like we just get here, we pass it, and it just goes dead. We need to step up our game in this country because it's getting away from us. Mr. Speaker, and also, Mr. Speaker, and let me go back. The people's, Mr. Speaker, this is the people's time. This is the people's government. This FNL government made a promise to the people of South and Central to provide proper medical facilities on the island. The member from Elizabeth and the Minister of Health, I would like to thank you on behalf of the good people of South and Central Eleuthera, to thank you in advance for making the promises come alive. As Eleuthera is restored to its glory days, and people return home to raise their families and retire, our medical emergency vehicles and operators must be commended for the job that they continue to do daily in saving lives and properties. I dare not forget, Mr. Speaker, there's a group in Palmetto Point called the Man of Faith, a non-profit organization on Eleuthera, as well as the One Eleuthera, and they call them, it's One Eleuthera, and then they have another name called SEEP in Tarpon Bay, who have a fire truck and an ambulance, have been operating from donations and self-help. I'm sure the good member from Elizabeth will be mindful to adopt some of the costs involved in operating these ambulances. And my colleague from Mount Moriah, the Minister of National Security with the Royal Bahamas Police Force Department, will consider the same to assist with the fire trucks in my constituency. Also, Mr. Speaker, we have an ambulance and a fire truck in the Hatchie Bay which serves the north. Mr. Speaker, volunteers again. Young men, young women who put their lives out there. And these people work around the clock. I must give them, and I want to thank them from the bottom of my heart for the services that they're giving to the people of Eleuthera. Mr. Speaker, Roxanne is a port of entry in the South Eleuthera area. I spoke to the member from Carmichael, the Minister of Works, of the importance and the urgency of a new docking facility in Roxanne. Also, the fishing docks in the Tarpon Bay has been damaged from the hurricanes, and wear and tear is now today in urgent need of repairs, as these docks serve as the livelihood for so many locals who feed their families. Mr. Speaker, Roxanne, I want to go back and speak about the docking facility in Roxanne. And the government we have to recognize that Roxanne is the gateway to South Eleuthera. Roxanne more or less is the breadbasket for South Eleuthera, where the airport is, and of course the dock. Today, Mr. Deputy, there's one vessel that goes into Roxanne, which they have fixed a proportion of the dock, but not of the dock. They have acquired a piece of land next door which belongs to them, and they have their facility there, so they goes into the dock, and when they're there, they have their ramp, but no one is allowed to use that ramp. The other vessels are not able to come into that dock because they cannot dock at that dock. And not only that, Mr. Deputy, we have some serious issues where we need to get that area dredged out. Roxanne is in desperate need of a dock. I beg this government, I've been requesting this before, and I will continue to push and ask the government to assist us with this dock. Mr. Deputy, also, the docking facility in Hatchie Bay needs to be resurfaced. At this point, it belongs to BAIC, and that dock we need to catch it now. we need to catch it. Because if we don't catch it now, it would get away from us. And that is also a port of entry in the north. I'm sure that the member from Carmichael and the Ministry of Works has listened, and the good people of Eleuthera are also listening. They will continue to be proud of this FNM government, even as they receive their new dock and the repairs to the existing docks in Tarpon Bay. Mr. Deputy, this is a very, very touchy point, and I want everyone to really pay attention to this because it's very important. I want the Eleutherians to pay attention to this as well. Mr. Deputy, we have a pond in Hatchie Bay. It's called Sweetings Pond. It is the home of the rare species of seahorses. I've had this conversation with the member from Marco City and the Minister of Agriculture, and we recognize that that facility now needs to be turned into a national park to protect those seahorses. The species that's the only place in the world you'll find the seahorses, and they're there in abundance. And if we don't do something about it now, we're going to lose it. And the Minister of Agriculture, I know there's some people have some farmlands around there, but the government needs to step up now and deal with it. We cannot allow it to be destroyed. It is where a lot of tourists go now. You have a young man in Hatchie Bay that takes the tourists there and takes a look at it, and what a lot of people don't understand, with the seahorses, they're very, very delicate. You move one that's mated with another, that's it. So there are a lot we have to learn about those seahorses as well in order to protect that environment and to protect what we have there. So I am going to, Mr. Minister, the people of Eleuthera supports it. I made contact with certain persons in the island today, and they support the move that the government needs to step in and make it a national park to protect what we have there. And you have my full support. Full support. Yes, yeah, I see that. It's very important that we deal with that. And I'm certain all of the residents in Hatchie Bay, I speak for them, and I'm certain they will support that.
National Geographic did a piece on it.
Mr. Deputy, I'm just about winding down now. The Governor's Harbour International Airport is in urgent need of repairs and assessment of the scope of work needs to be carried out. Mr. Deputy, Governor's Harbour Airport is a gateway to Central Eleuthera. And the condition that the airport is in for the last 2 years, I've been crying about it. It's a darn disgrace. It's a disgrace how my airport in Central has... Excuse me?
Withdraw
I do apologize, sir, and I withdraw. But
you can rephrase it.
No, that's fine. The message is clear. I am disturbed by the condition of the Governor's Harbour International Airport. They say, it's a saying, the first impression is an everlasting impression. And Governor's Harbour Airport has got to the point where it needs some attention. We must do something about that airport. And I'm asking the Minister of Tourism, and who's responsible for civil aviation, to see that we get some work done at that airport. Mr. Deputy, I have already spoken about but I will go back to this again. The community of Roxanne has outgrown its present clinic space. The member from Elizabeth, I spoke to you about it, but I'm going to reiterate again. It's because it's not being able to serve its purpose. While I'm talking about clinics, the residents in Governor's Harbour are concerned about the Governor's Harbour Clinic that has been closed now for several weeks. I can say this, help is on the way. Governor's Harbour Clinic, help is on the way. Mr. Deputy, I spoke of the cemetery for Roxanne. I have a serious situation in Roxanne that I have to speak about. Roxanne, Mr. Mackey, not just you, but I have an issue with the cemetery in Roxanne. It's now full. In recent months, the Communist Committee came together and agreed to provide a piece of land to build this new cemetery. But of course, there was a standoff because some residents have objected to it. The government has thousands of acres of crown land in the Roxanne community. I'm going to ask my government, please, we don't have to buy the land. We just need to make a move on it to see that Roxanne gets a cemetery. It's in desperate need of a cemetery. Also, Mr. Deputy, Hatchet, they have their cemetery is right on the beach. There is no sea wall there to protect that cemetery. Where they take their loved ones, any wind, any sea from the southwest, the graves are up again. I'm asking my government if we can consider putting a seawall there, and it's been recommended previously that that cemetery should be moved further inland. But right now, we need to protect that cemetery, Hatchet Bay. I was there on Saturday, and it's very disturbing because, you know, I think in Hurricane Andrew, they had a situation there out of, I wouldn't even talk about it. It was rough. And if we could prevent that, now we need to put that in place if we can. Mr. Speaker, the hard-working professionals at the BAIC must be commended for the hard-working professionals at BAIC must be commended for keeping the residents of Hatchet Bay informed. Personally, there are some 80 applications that I took in to BAIC, and we spoke about this before. Hatchet Bay is a community that is landlocked, land that is owned by BAIC. The community is not growing. It's a dying town. We're asking the government, I've asked the government before and I'm asking again, that some of that land need to be freed up to the people of Hatchet Bay, because they are landlocked in that village. All I'm asking is that we find a way, because there was some legislation passed on this before. And I don't understand why the people in Hatchet Bay, after 20 years plus, are still going through this. And we have an area called White Town, where they had a fire many years ago. And under the Progressive Liberal Party government, they allowed those people to live in those homes. And those people want to purchase those homes. They lived there all their lives. They've had 2 or 3 generations came out of there. I'm asking my government if we can try to fix this, to bring some relief to those people in Hatchet Bay. Mr. Speaker, also, it was promised to the first-time land and homeowners in the Governor's Harbor community that they will have availability to them, land in the Governor's Harbor community for the purchase, that they can live in the place of their birth. I have confidence in my current government that the F&M government will make sure that this happens. We have like 50.44 acres of land in the Governor's Harbor area. Governor's Harbor is basically in the same situation. People look at the news and see a lot of land there, but the land is locked. It's locked in, and that those communities are it's not moving. I'm going to continue to ask the government to please, if we can move on that and assist in those young people, instead of having to go and purchase land in the Rainbow Bay area and Little Island Shores, and they come to Palmetto Point. Some of those young people want to build home in their community, but we can help that. Mr. Speaker, I have another vexing situation. I shouldn't say vexing, but it's a situation that the government have to deal with. In my constituency, after coming to office, we have persons who've been employed or working for the government for like 20-some years and not permanent and pensionable, getting paid by vouchers, who doesn't have a future. There's one lady in Deep Creek in particular, after 21 years When she goes home, she takes nothing. I'm asking the government to look at these individuals and the family islands in particular, where these persons continue to work for the government, and at the end of the day, they go home with nothing, empty-handed. And some of them doesn't have a life because they're not able to go to the bank to purchase a little car or to build a home. They just live on that little pay that they make. They're Bahamians. We must be concerned about those people. It's happening in my constituencies. I know it's happening to the other family islands as well. We cannot continue to allow this to happen. Mr. Speaker, the member from Seabreeze, I spoke with her a couple of months ago. My sporting facilities have been over the last 15, 20 years, throughout my entire constituency. There's a shambles. I hope my government will consider assisting in trying to restore those sporting facilities in the island of Middlesbrough. And Madam, if through you, sir, Greencastle in particular doesn't have a playground as such. And they're asking if the government can assist them in not just a playground, but they're looking for a softball field or baseball field. If we can get some assistance in there. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to say tonight, I first spoke of the dry dock facility in Hatchie Bay where mariners, yachts, and shippers will take advantage of the facility once completed. Well, Mr. Speaker, thank God tonight that the dry dock facility in Hatchie Bay is completed. And we've been seeing an increase of yachts in the island of Middlesbrough. And through you, sir, the Minister of Transport, we have a lot of yachts coming and going. There are revenue that can be collected. We need officers in the vicinity to be able to collect the dockage. It's one way of raising revenue. During the Christmas, the holidays, Hatchie Bay, Governor's Harbor, Roxanne, unbelievable the amount of boats in and out now. So we can capitalize on that. Mr. Speaker, I stand today in honor of the resilient spirit of the people of the island of freedom. My definition to resilience is when you dream, and your dreams is being attacked, when your source of earnings, a living, appears to be dwindling due to unemployment or the forces of greed and selfishness. When it appears that access to justice affairs appears not to be out of reach. A flame of hope that the government, the warring spirit in all of us fights back. Mr. Speaker, my last budget debate, I spoke here about a situation of land in Solidus with the Halls family and the I forgot the last name, but anyhow. This case, Mr. Speaker, and I think the member, one of the other members brought to the attention of the House before. What is disturbing is that Bahamians like me, like everybody else, are deprived of their rights. Deprived of their rights. Land that was left from their ancestors, left for them. When they find out that because individuals are financially fit and they have this club, whatever they have going, their rights are violated. They go to the courts in this country. In 1995, there was a ruling in the courts. And all is left is for the courts right now to go back to the courts to give them access to their land. And this is happening in Sayalutra, and I spoke about this before. And the people in Sayalutra have the rights to have access to what belongs to them. This is not right in this country. We cannot continue to allow this to happen. And it's not as if this case, it was tried in the Supreme Court here. It needs to be dealt with. It had to be dealt with. We cannot continue to deny the Halls and the Young family their rights to their land and the rest of the people in South Lutheran. And that has been the situation in South for many, many years. But this land has been an issue and has been holding back the development of South Lutheran, Mr. Speaker. It's bothering. The people deserve the rights to have access to their land. And I am urging the department that is responsible to make sure to let this thing go. Let it flow the way it's supposed to go. It is the strength of our faith and belief of our dreams that strengthens the warrior in us to remain focused, relentlessness, pursue the enemy of our dream. Is it, Mr. Speaker, maybe it is time to write down some of the things of which we can be thankful. I wrote down some of the things I find myself being thankful for the taxes and for the taxes I pay, because it means I am employed. For a lawn that needs mowing, windows that need cleaning and repairs and that are needed for the house, it means I have a home. For all of the complaining, for those opposite, I heard about the government because it means we have freedom of speech. For the parking spot I find all the way to the end of the parking lot, it means I have transportation. For the persons in front and around me who sign off key, because it means I can hear. For weariness and aching muscles at the end of the day, because it means I am capable of working. Yet, you find persons who are still grumpy. Recognizing that we all have fallen short of the glory of God, I am thankful. Just because I take my seat, Mr. Speaker, I must give God thanks. And Mr. Speaker, there are some persons in this country that we do not recognize. I want to give recognition to our police department, who protects this country day and out. You know what we do? We wait till they make a mistake and we criticize them. But we find it difficult to say thank you to our police department, our defense force officers, our customs officers, our immigration officers, our prison officers, our medical personnel. I must mention of those doctors and nurses in my constituency in particular, Mr. Speaker. What a wonderful team. And all our nurses and doctors. Mr. Speaker, and I must make mention of this. The management and staff of our national flag carrier must be commended. The member from Freetown, the Minister of Tourism, you must be proud of Bahamas here, and its chairman, and the maintenance staff. During my travel, I have had a wonderful experience with the front desk staff, who made me and my family feel, exceptionally proud, and proud to be a Bahamian. Hats off. Keep up the good work. You made a great difference. You are an ambassadors of our country. I must also say to the most of our government departments and civil servants, continue to do well. And let's continue to be thankful. When I fall short, but God is a good God. The Bible warns that the defeat of corruption requires exposure, and in the execution of law that delivers justice. Proverbs tells us that a good name is preferred over the riches in the world. A good name attracts opportunity. The F&M government is well on its way to restoring the good name of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Through painful and unpopular, it requires we stand up for truth, justice, even when we have to choose, and make unpopular decisions, protecting our country. Mr. Speaker, We have reached a time in our development where we must choose whether we will fulfill the vision that God and our founding fathers have for us, which to be the greatest little country in the world. It cannot be a mistake that the people of my island, the island of freedom, is poised to be the beacon of hope and opportunity for the downtrodden and our fellow Bahamians. We are on our way up. As long as we continue to serve with integrity, we must publicly thank those hard-working officers of the constituency of South and Central Eleuthera, recognizing that I represent from Hatchie Bay in the north to Birmingham in the south. While I would love to visit all prisons most days, and I would love to visit all locations, however, it is just impossible. But now that you are always in the prayers and in myself, my very supportive wife, Shelly, we care about all the sincerity. I wish you all a happy and safe Labor Day. The Bible says it is good things to give thanks to God. Mr. Speaker, South and Central supports this 2019-2020.
Thank you, Central and South Eleuthera. As many. Chair recognizes the member for Southern Shores. The chair recognizes the member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, I do now move that the House suspends until tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that the House suspends until tomorrow, the 6th of June, 2019, at 10 a.m. As many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing would rise. The motion is carried. The House is hereby suspended till 10 a.m. tomorrow, the 6th of June, 2019.
All rise.